Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3, the game streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios, and we are presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee on a Reaction Monday. Ian is here today. Hello, Ian.
What up, what up?
Congratulations to the Boo-Hoo UC Soros crew, because Kevin Lankinen has been chased from the game in the Four Nations face-off by Team Canada, down 4-0, and Soros is in. And I've already received texts from the midday show telling us, this is from Adam.
Good.
You know, he's not throwing anybody under the bus, but it's from Adam talking about, Soros is back in. As if, like, congratulations that the guy that was the backup here that nobody wanted to sign, who, by the way, I still think is probably better than Soros, got benched against Canada. So make of that what you will. So I do want to start.
That's not what I said at all. I just want to make sure that since you use those same numbers to criticize UC Soros, that you do the same for Kevin Lankinen. That's all I'm saying.
So what is this emoji with the wink with the tongue out? Is that not
No, it's just tongue in cheek. I'm just messing around.
You guys in the Boo-Hoo UC Soros crew. And again, I have no sympathy. And Soros getting put in garbage time when Canada's up 4-0 to force a championship game, the showdown that we all want anyways, America versus Canada, in my opinion, does not matter. What Soros is doing in garbage time, they're Blake Bortles stats. But I do want to start on the Four Nations face-off, because I love everything about the Four Nations face-off. And I love everything about Saturday night's big Canada versus USA playoff style atmosphere game. And this is what not only the NHL desperately needed, but the world of all-star games desperately needed. Again, I don't even want to get into the NBA because, I mean, that all-star game is atrocious. But here's what has made the Four Nations face-off absolutely incredible. Saturday night's game was electric between USA and Canada. And here's why it's so great. Number one, the players care. Are you listening, NBA? Look, I get it. The best players in hockey make like 12, 13 million a year. The best players in basketball make like 60 million a year. I get it. Basketball makes a lot of money. I understand. But people wanted to watch the hockey game last night. I say last night, Saturday night. Because the players wanted to be there. The players care. Connor McDavid said it's the most fun he's ever had playing hockey. The Tkachuk brothers, I think, almost fought each other over who got to fight first in Team USA's honor. Connor Hellebuck, the best goalie in the world, was electric in net Saturday night. Just look at the joy on the bench with the goal celebrations. These players care. And I am convinced you can't fake that. You want to know why baseball regular season? Because it's 1 of 162 and the players act like it. You want to know why the NBA is so painfully boring? Whether it's its regular season, where the ratings are going down, the All-Star game, where the ratings are going down, where they're trying all new kinds of fakakta formulas because they can't get a single NBA player to care. They have a hard time getting guys like Joel Embiid and Kawhi Leonard to show up for the playoffs. You cannot fake the level of giving a crap that these players for Team USA and Canada had on Saturday night. The fans in the building care. I went to the 2016 All-Star game here in Nashville, and I thought this city and the Predators and the league, I thought they did it the best you could possibly do it. Friday was electric downtown. Saturday, the skills competition, all the best players. Sunday, they had a Dierks Bentley concert out there on Broadway. It was packed. I remember the introductions where the guys came through the lights, and I thought, man, this is so cool. And then they dropped the puck. And as soon as the game started, and they were hoping that a 3-on-3 tournament was going to be more interesting, and as soon as the game started, it was so boring. It was so boring. Because, again, the players, they're trying not to get hurt. They're here, to have a good time. They don't really care. And that's not the case in the Four Nations face-off. Now, this is also real hockey. This isn't an exhibition like baseball's World Baseball Classic, where this guy can only pitch a couple of innings because it's really spring training. No. Saturday night was a war, and the players acted like it. Number 2, here's what I loved about Saturday night's game. It's the yearly rivalry that everyone, even casual sports fans who aren't really hockey fans, can get into. Who do people in Kansas root for when it comes to the NHL? What about Houston, Texas, or Atlanta, Georgia? Who do they root for? My guess is they just don't watch. I could be wrong. Houston could be a hotbed of hockey support. Maybe there's a couple of Winnipeg Jets fans in Atlanta. I don't know. But who do they root for? My guess is nobody. But everyone in the United States can get behind Team USA. Just like they did in 2002 in Salt Lake City and 2010 in Vancouver and 2014 in Sochi. Americans love rooting for America. Shocking, I know. And this Canada-USA good on good bragging rights battle, this should be an every year thing. Like Ohio State, Michigan, Alabama, Auburn, Manning versus Brady. We need one of these every year. And look, I think we need to all be careful and not get too cocky because we will be playing the Canadians on Thursday night, and I am worried that we have yet to get their best shot. And as much fun as beating Canada was on Saturday, it's not going to be any fun if you lose on Thursday. But screw the All-Star game, USA, Canada. That's what we need. And then the third, and I think this is a very important element to what made Saturday night's game such a success, not only from a rating standpoint, but as a fan from a critically entertaining standpoint. And it was all on a channel that everybody could watch. It was on ABC. No disrespect to the fine folks, and I mean fine folks, at News 2 in the Weather Center. Danielle Breezy and Davis Nolan, those are good people. No disrespect to them. But as the game was getting ready to come on, I didn't want to hear about the tornado that was 3 hours away. So I put on the ESPN app. But everybody's got the ESPN app or ABC or access to ABC. And they had a great crew. McDonough and Ray Ferraro were great, per usual. Levy, PK, Mark Messier, very good. But again, it's a channel that everybody gets and everybody can access. And in order to turn the game on, you don't have to log in and sign up and download and tune in and just click. Hockey. It's great. So I can't wait for the game tonight, which is going to be kind of like one of those NFL Week 17 games where you've already clinched your division. But I really can't wait for Thursday because that's a biggie. USA, Canada for all the marbles. And this is exactly what the NHL needed. This is the shot in the arm. This is what this sport needs. It is not a secret. This sport is fourth when it comes to the major four American sports. Last year, they had Game 7 of the Cup final with a generational player, and I think that's great, and I'm not taking anything away from that. But at the same time, one of those teams is from Canada. It's going to be hard to get everybody in America excited about hockey when it's one of those teams is from Canada, and it's not. That's our big, bad rival, the Canadians. Hockey has needed this for years. And the fact that whether it's the teams and the Olympics and the IOC and Bettman and everybody else couldn't get out of their own way, that's their business, not mine. But this is what they needed. This is what all-star games need. Something that everybody can watch, where you don't have to have 18 different login subscription.coms. Something that gets people jazzed up who aren't huge hockey fans. Again, USA, 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 and something where the players care. And the Four Nations face off on Saturday night, and really the tournament as a whole, but especially Saturday night, primetime Saturday night. This is what they wanted. They wanted to give each team a warm-up game, and then they wanted a big showdown on primetime Saturday night, USA, Canada, and they got it. This is what the NHL needed. And it was put on the perfect weekend of the year, right after football and before basketball. And I'm talking about college basketball, again, where the players care, and before college basketball really picks up steam. My hat's off to Bettman, to ESPN, to TNT, to the NHL, to Team USA, to Canada. It was wonderful, and I can't wait till Thursday night. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number if you want to weigh in, 615-737-1025. So I have to say, I was a little disappointed. I mean, it got excellent viewership. I believe it was the best viewership ever for a non-Stanley Cup final game since 2019, and that game in 2019 had the Kentucky Derby as a lead-in, so it's not exactly fair. Like a fair comparison. No disrespect to Corey and the fine folks at the news who were the lead into this, and yet I was a little disappointed with the number of viewers, and I'll explain why. And I'll tell you who I really blame for this and who's really not doing their part. We'll get to that next. Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game.
Draw one by Bennett, but it won't matter. For the third time in Montreal, the U.S. wins a best-on-best game. That's 3 of the 5 that they've won against Team Canada. And the real truth is, Stewie, they were full marks for their performance.
They put on a defensive style clinic, and a team that has the abundance of offensive prowess really played a John Tortorella style hockey game and just smothered Canada through the neutral zone.
USA! 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 That was the SiriusXM NHL Network radio call of the Team USA victory Saturday night. And I'm not going to lie, I had on my Team USA sweater that I ordered from Amazon. Now, it's not one of like the authentic ones the players wear, but I actually really like it. It actually looks pretty cool. And it's very comfortable. It doesn't look comfortable. It's very comfortable. I may have to wear it on Thursday. You know, I'm not going to lie. I may just have to wear it on Thursday. But, so I have my Team USA sweater on. My son is half Canadian. My girlfriend is Canadian. This was a big game in our house on Saturday night. In fact, our son is starting to smile a little bit. And so I took a picture. I got a great picture of him smiling yesterday. And I sent it to her brother. And I said, this is how he reacted when I told him that the USA beat Canada last night, baby. And so I'm having a lot of fun with this. And apparently so are a lot of Americans, because the number they had was 4.4 million viewers, which for hockey is huge. That is a huge TV rating. That is a Stanley Cup final, not game 7, but that is like a game 3 of the Stanley Cup final, if not better TV rating. That is a great rating. Now, game 7 of the Cup final last year had 7.6 million viewers. So we'll see if Thursday night beats it. But I have to say, as much as people will pat themselves on the back, Bettman and the league and ABC and everybody else, I'm a little disappointed in that number. And I'm not disappointed with Gary Bettman or the NHL. I'm not disappointed with USA Hockey. I'm not disappointed with Team Canada. I'm not disappointed with any of that. I got to tell you who I'm upset with, because that number should have been higher. That game was bigger. I'm upset with ESPN. You know, Steve Levy joined the show from the Super Bowl 2 weeks ago. And Ian, we had what, a 15-minute convo with Levy on the show?
Yeah, 13, something like that.
And I don't think Levy mentioned the Four Nations face-off one time. I mean, Levy should have been hey, I'll be doing the Four Nations face-off. Get ready for that. It's going to be freaking awesome. Nope. And even today on Get Up, which is ESPN's flagship morning show, guess how much Four Nations talk there was? The opening tease. Greenberg was out today because now that football season's over, Greeny's off. Greenberg was out. And so the tease to start the morning when they get rid of SportsCenter and it's time to go to their flagship morning show was, good morning. It's time to get up. Steph Curry, the NBA's second half, and Saquon Barkley. Those were the 3 topics they teased off the top. The guests on the show, because this is like a very big panel show, Dan Graziano, football, Harry Douglas, football, Sam Acho, football, Kendrick Perkins, and former NBA GM Bobby Marks. Can I ask ESPN, where's PK Subban? Where's Steve Levy? Where's Ray Ferraro? You guys do cover hockey, right? You guys do have the rights to hockey as a whole, the playoffs, the Stanley Cup, and the game Thursday night. At one point in the first hour, the topic of discussion amongst the panelists was, what team is the biggest threat in the East of the Celtics? Who gives a rat's ass? The first Four Nations highlight, the first mention, I scrolled this morning on TV because I wanted to see, when is ESPN going to talk about the biggest sporting event of the weekend? When is ESPN going to talk about the game that they have on Thursday? Which technically they can't promote the big game Canada-USA because they didn't know that Canada was going to win for sure, even though Canada is going to win. They didn't know, but still. So at the 7:53 mark, so the show starts at 7 o'clock. at 7:53 in the morning. So we had 53 minutes of nonsense NBA talk. Who's the biggest threat to the Celtics? We finally got a mention of the Four Nations face-off, a game on ABC featuring Team USA, its biggest rival Canada, which will have a rematch for the championship on Thursday night on ESPN. And here was the entirety of their Four Nations breakdown.
All right, let's talk about winning. How about this matchup? USA, Canada. Ooh, the Four Nations. And look, USA could clinch a spot in the championship with a win. And look, as soon as we drop the puck in the first minute, we fighting. Matthew Tkachuk, Canada's Brandon Hagel. Tkachuk grabs it, takes him down. Oh, this is good stuff.
It's all about crime mob. Nuck if you buck.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Tkachuk brothers, baby.
Second later, how about Tkachuk's
Who?
brother Brady? He gets in it with Sam Bennett.
Yeah, because his father told him if your older brother is fighting, if you don't hop in, when Matthew was fighting, the ref was holding him back like, no, don't you get in there. And look at the big brother.
Yeah.
That's my little bro. He was going to get beat up at home if he didn't get in there to fight as well.
That's my boy Blue. And then watch this. Dylan Larkin right up the ice, sends it home. USA would track in an empty netter as well. They go on to win this one 3-1. By the way, 4.4 million people watched that game. And this tournament has been all of that thus far. And it shifts stateside here to Boston. Final round robin games today on TNT. You got Canada, Finland. They play at 1. U.S. takes on Sweden at 8. Now, the U.S. already clinched the spot in the championship match, which is Thursday, right here on ESPN. Undecided who they'll face.
I know
Canada,
who they want to face.
Yeah, you know that.
Canada.
If they win in regulation today, they'll clinch a spot in the finals as well. All right, coming up, Steph Curry claims the All-Star MVP.
That's it.
Draymond Green rips the
That's it. That's it. That's the only coverage of hockey they did this morning. They had Harry freaking Douglas, who was a terrible receiver for the Titans. Now, he did go to Louisville, and I like Harry. But they have Harry freaking Douglas as the one sitting there commentating on the hockey. Where's PK Subban? Where's Steve Levy? Where's Sean McDonough? Where's Ray Ferraro? Where's the... Do you give a rat's ass about hockey? You have the sport. I do not get it. More people watch the game on ABC this weekend than watch the entire dunk contest and all that bullcrap Saturday night. And you have the game on Thursday. So I'm not going to get on Bettman. When I look at that game, USA, Canada, nothing else going on, that game should get 7 million people. It got 4.4, which is good, but it should get more. But I'm not going to get on Bettman. This isn't Bettman's fault. Bettman's on ESPN all the time for more coverage, trying to get on their ass. I have to get on ESPN. And I think this speaks to a larger discussion that probably needs to be had by ESPN, which is how much of a joke ESPN has really become. I have to be honest. They do almost nothing right. Their radio network stinks. And in this instance, I think they're hurting both the NHL and themselves. This is the perfect opportunity to market the stars of the game, like Jack Eichel and Connor McDavid and Sidney Crosby and the Tkachuk brothers. I mean, even if you want to have one of those discussions where Stephen A. and Shannon Sharp yell at each other about whether or not Team USA should be upset that the Canadians booed the anthem, do that. And it'd be one thing to get on ESPN, because, boy, Bettman used to get on ESPN all the time when NBC had the rights. And Bettman used to scream about the fact that, ESPN just, they don't give a rat's ass about hockey. But now that ESPN has the rights, maybe take an initiative to get people to care when the game is as competitive as it was. When you have something to market it. All they did with their precious NBA. And again, I don't understand this. Ian, you remember we had Ryan Glasspiegel on at the Super Bowl, who covers the media for the New York Post.
Yeah.
Or for Front Office Sports now. And I asked him, I said, why do they invest in basketball so much? Why is it always the viewership is down? If you watched ESPN, you would think that every single person in America, as soon as the football season is over, that every single person in America turns their attention to the NBA. And that could not be further from the truth. In fact, the baseball ratings, very similar to the basketball ratings. And yet, here we are breaking down what Draymond Green said about yesterday's terrible All-Star game, instead of talking about, is USA Canada as big of a rivalry as, I don't know, the Cowboys and the Commanders. Like, Stephen A can do that. He doesn't even have to watch the game and he can do that. It's a joke. And again, at some point, I think we all think because these people get paid a lot of money, like the executives at ESPN, that we think that they have a clue. And I'm convinced they don't. I think they live in some little bubble where they think every single person in America wakes up on a Tuesday morning and wonders, I wonder what's going on with the New York Knicks. Because that's what they're doing. But hockey absolutely wiped their butt with the NBA this weekend. And ESPN could not be bothered to get one of their analysts on TV to talk about a game that they had on their channel, which will have a rematch with huge implications Thursday night, also on their channel. What a freaking joke. And so I'm not getting on the NHL. I'm not getting on Bettman. I'm not getting on Canada. I'm not getting on the USA. Everybody who actually cared about this showed up on Saturday night. The players showed up. The fans showed up. The TV announcers showed up. But the network has to talk about LeBron coughing in the hallway and what that means for free agency next year instead of, again, this great Canada-USA rivalry. 615-737-1025. The thing that I didn't necessarily like that I'm sure everybody else liked, I want to get to that in your phones next. Stillman and Company, 1025 The Game. Stock Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. I love Hiller. They take great care of my home, and they can do the exact same for you. Hiller has been taking great care of my home for years and years. Hiller has been in business since 1990, and they are family-owned and operated. And Jimmy Hiller was recently named amongst the most admired CEOs because of the way he truly cares for his team and his clients. Hiller takes care of the customers, and again, I know this because I am a Hiller customer, on every job, every time, and they stand behind their work with 100% satisfaction of happy you'll be or the service is free. If the customer's not pleased with the work performed, they'll make it right. Learn more at happyhiller.com. That's Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical, proud supporters of the Preds, the Vols, and Vandy. Hiller, call the Hat Face Truck today.
finally drop this puck, get the action going.
The Tkachuk brothers are on the ice, flanking Jack Eichel and John Cooper. Look out! They're going to drop the gloves right away. Matthew Tkachuk and Brandon Hagel right off the hop.
The tone's been set. Has it ever? We talk about a rivalry, Tampa Bay Lightning against the Florida Panthers. Energy at the start of the game. Here's how to get rid of it. It's definitely Tkachuk who's the first one to make contact and say, hey, let's go. So instead of the Canadians getting shot out of the cannon like they were in game one that they had, here's the start of your game. Just 2 ticks of the clock off, but plenty of action to go.
That was the first of 3 fights within the first 9 seconds on Saturday night. I think John Cooper said yesterday, the head coach of the Lightning, who's the head coach for Canada, John Cooper said, yeah, I think it's 10 years of not being able to play each other, 10 years of frustration, kind of right there in the first 9 seconds. And so the Tkachuk brothers each fought. I thought Ray Ferraro did a great job on the U.S. broadcast. That was the Canadian broadcast we played right there. I think Ray Ferraro did a great job on the U.S. broadcast because he was in between the benches, and he's like, yeah, Brady Tkachuk's about to go again too. And so there was another fight. And then I don't understand exactly what happened. Ian, who was the third fight? Was the third fight Boldy?
That was JT Miller and Colton Parayko.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. JT Miller and Parayko. And so the third fight, I mean, JT Miller kicked his ass, got his ass kicked. But I was kind of sitting there watching the game, being like, can we play hockey? Like, enough with the fighting. Can we play? Like, this is USA Canada. I want to. And then I had to stop myself for a second. And I realized, while I'm a hockey fan who likes hockey and who will watch the NHL playoffs when it's the freaking Edmonton Oilers and the Dallas Stars, most people in America are not. And they always talk about this when it comes to doing radio. Whenever it comes to doing really anything that's not just completely niche, play to the broadest set of the audience. And so I have to believe that there were just oodles of people that aren't even big hockey fans that saw the fighting at the beginning of the game, especially after they booed the anthem. And I think that's what this is about, by the way, is I think the Tkachuk brothers were like, you people aren't going to boo our anthem. And I think the people probably loved it. And if the people probably loved it, and it gets them to care more about Team USA and hockey, and it gets them to hate Team Canada more, I'm all for it. But again, like for me, I'm like, all right, let's go. Let's play. Enough with the fighting. Let's go. But I understand it's not always about me. Phone line served by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, 615-737-1025. One texter says, I guess $9 million. Excuse me, $9 million. I bet 9 million viewers on Thursday. 9 million would be about $1.5 million more than Game 7 of the Cup final. I don't think we can get that. And I'll tell you why. And again, this goes back to another ESPN screw up with all of this. The game on Thursday is on ESPN, not ABC. Now, most people do have access to ESPN, so it's not the end of the world. But why is the Four Nations Championship not on ABC? The college football playoff is not on ABC because in order to justify, I know they have like a game on ABC, but I'm talking about like the championship and stuff like that. In order to justify the cable cost, ESPN has to have certain exclusive things like a conference final in basketball in order to be able to go to the cable companies to say this is why you have to have ESPN. I'm not sure the Four Nations face-off final qualifies as that big of a deal to cable providers, especially when it's never happened before. I mean, it's not like NBC, who has the Olympics, if USA and Canada were doing battle in hockey in the Winter Olympics, it's not like they boot that to CNBC. So I don't think you're going to get to 9 million. I think you're probably going to get to about 5.5, if I had to guess. By the way, I did do a look during the break, just a quick little check, because we know the number, 4.4 million for hockey Saturday night. Ian, for the life of me, I cannot find what basketball did Saturday night. The slam dunk contest, who was won by a guy who I guess has won it 3 years in a row, and I've never heard of this guy.
The Mac kid, is that who won it?
Do you know who that is?
I mean, I've heard his name before because he's won the slam dunk contest, but I don't think I've actually seen him play a game.
Never heard of him. And by the way, my friend, like one of my best friends from college, is like fourth in command at the Orlando Magic. And he's on the staff. Never heard of him. So I have been looking for the life of me to find the ratings for Saturday night. Can't find them. And my guess is the reason I can't find them is because they're so bad that nobody has put them out. One texter says, too bad that you weren't old enough to live through the Miracle on Ice with Jim Craig in 1980 against the Soviets, and that feeling the same amazing USA. I did not live through that. Unfortunately, I didn't. I did have a freaking blast, though, on Saturday night. And again, when you have a child with a Canadian and you live with a Canadian and your kid's half Canadian and your in-laws are all Canadian, I think it makes the game at least a little bit more fun. Jeff from Tennessee says the reason ESPN doesn't talk about hockey is because nobody likes it. That's why. Jeff in Tennessee says. Again, on the whole, I don't disagree with the idea that if you really wanted to talk just about what people cared about all the time, that it would be Dak Prescott, Dallas, NFL, Brady, Mahomes, LeBron, Brady, Mahomes. Got it. But like I did national radio yesterday morning for Sirius XM. I take phone calls. I had a bunch of calls on the Four Nations face-off. Whenever I'm just talking basketball and not talking something about basketball, like how Bronny James is an embarrassment to the sport, or how Kawhi or how Kyrie Irving is an anti-Semite or whatever. But whenever I'm talking about, the Celtics look like a team who could challenge, I never get a phone call. Never once. Talk football, phones. College football, phones. But I guess it is what it is. Kevin is up next here on our program. Kevin, thank you for calling and waiting. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jared. I've been around sports for decades as a player and a fan. I've played football, played rugby. I know what it's like for things to get physical. Fights, call what you want. I'm a hockey fan. I believe there's too much hockey, too much fighting in hockey. The owners could change it at the drop of a hat. Why don't you think they outlaw fighting?
Okay, so my dad's like into that for some reason. Thank you for the call, Kevin. Every time my dad's like, whenever there's a fight, my dad's like, it's so stupid. Why do the refs just let them fight? I'm like, yeah, it's kind of part of the sport. I don't have a problem with fighting in hockey. And I think the players police it well enough, as far as the actual game is concerned. What I have a problem with is like when all we do is fight. Like at some point I'm like, all right, I sat down to watch hockey. I didn't sit down to watch the Tkachuk brothers freaking drape themselves with the flag, which is kind of what that was. By the way, Ian, are you watching this game right now?
Yes, I'm watching it right now.
Mikhail Granlund, the great Nashville Predator great Mikhail Granlund just put one home on Jordan Bennington. I believe Finland has had an extra attacker for like the last 5 minutes, and they've scored 3 goals. So it is 4-3 Canada with about a minute 13, minute 35. I don't know. It's a minute and a 3. I don't know if the 3's in the first or the back. A minute 13. A minute 13 to go, and
down
Finland
by a goal.
Scored 2 goals in 23 seconds, and it's 4-3. So we'll see how that pans out. Back to your phones next as UC Saros heads to the bench. Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much more I can say than what Perk just said, but listen, I don't recall a situation where LeBron and Anthony Edwards, two players, and we didn't realize Edwards wasn't playing until the game started, and he certainly had a groin issue. There was two players that did not participate, and this wasn't like a week ago when they basically gave the league a heads up here. And as Perk said, they could have both easily been replaced, and that goes back to the format. So now you've got a format where now you've got two guys down. You only have 8 players per team. Now you're playing with what, 6 or 7? So that complicates a lot of things. So yeah, I agree with Perk with certainly with LeBron, not the playing part, but certainly how the process of it.
That was Bobby Marks, an ex-general manager this morning on ESPN, and all they did on ESPN was complain about the All-Star game and about how terrible it was. And apparently LeBron decided yesterday morning, I'm not going to play. Which, again, goes back to my problem with the NBA, which is that the players don't care. Like, the players don't care. LeBron doesn't care about winning. All he cares about is getting his son on the team. He's certainly not going to care about an all-star game. By the way, Canada did beat Finland. Sidney Crosby had an empty netter. They won 5-3. And the big game, Thursday night, 7 o'clock.
Yep.
Canada versus the United States for all the marbles.
Should be a fun one.
Do we take it easy on Sweden tonight? Just, week 17, rest the starters?
Well, I mean, the roster's only so big, so I don't think you can. I saw Matthew Tkachuk is not playing. I wouldn't be surprised if Hellebuck didn't start. I didn't see for sure.
I think I'd play Hellebuck anyways, just because. Like, keep the rhythm going.
Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if Ottinger started, but I haven't seen that for sure.
So this will be the Little League World Series game where everybody gets to play.
Well, I mean, the rosters aren't very big. Everybody has to play.
There's only like 2 scratches.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, maybe they kind of take it easy and kind of rotate the lines like more evenly this time around. Sure.
Sonny says, I agree with you, Jared. I don't understand ESPN's obsession with the NBA. It's by far the most boring of the 4 major sports. Well, again, I'm not going to say that the NBA is the most boring, but I am going to say that the NBA is the one I care about the least. But that's just me. I will say this about ESPN and the NBA. I listened when the TV rights came up, and John Skipper, who used to be the CEO at ESPN, he was kind of breaking down the why people are going to pay so much money for basketball. I was speechless. How the ratings for basketball can continue to go down, 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 and down. And yet the networks will pay more and more for the sport. I don't get it. They're like, well, you need the eyeballs. But the eyeballs are going down. And I think the reason ESPN's obsessed with the NBA is in part because they have it, but more so, Clay Travis asked this question, and this was a non-political question that I think is fair, which is the NFL ratings are so much better than college football ratings. And he keeps saying, where are the 20 million people that will watch a football game that won't watch a college football game? I think the answer is the big cities. Chicago, New York. Like, they don't care about the SEC in Boston. Now, they do care about hockey there, but they do not care about the SEC. I think that the people who make decisions on what we watch live in the big cities, New York and LA. They did a study at Awful Announcing last year because when the Knicks got to the second round of the playoffs, it was like, oh, the Knicks! Oh, the Knicks! Now, Ian likes the Knicks, but again, most people across America do not care one way or another about the Knicks. Dan Patrick even had a rant talking about when it was obvious that the Pacers were going to win Game 7, how ESPN, it was like they were having a funeral because it wasn't the Knicks. But they did a study and they said, what's crazy is that the ratings across the country don't go up that much for the Knicks. So why does ESPN talk Knicks and put Knicks on the TV? Nick. New York Knicks. It's because they all live there. That's why. They'll lie and they'll tell you, well, there's so many people in New York that care about the Knicks, so it makes it bullcrap. There's no difference between putting OKC on for the entire country or the Knicks, but they live there. That's to me, that's the only thing I can come up with. I mean, I used to go, I went to the Super Bowl last year, and I was talking with all the guys from Sirius, and I was asking people, how much NBA do you watch? And they were like, not a lot. College basketball, in my opinion, is more popular than the NBA. That's just me. One texter says, I wish the NHL and hockey was more talked about with all the rules in the NFL, making it flag football. The NHL is one of the best now, including the physicality and fighting. I just wish hockey was talked more because I enjoy watching and talking about hockey. Colin is up next on our program, has been waiting patiently. Colin, thank you for calling. Go ahead.
Jared, thanks for taking my call. First off, I want to say thank you for sounding the alarms on UC Saros. You're the only guy speaking truth on that. Really appreciate it. Also agree with your Pecorine statue stance. Love your take on that. I was at the game Saturday night in Montreal. That game was absolutely insane from start to finish. The fighting at the start was the biggest pop at an arena I have ever seen in any sporting event ever. Whoever doesn't like fighting, hit the road. There's plenty of other sports for you to like, Sally. That was a great game. Go USA.
Let me say this. If I had the money, like I was talking to my girlfriend about this the other day, and again, her family's Canadian. They're from Toronto, but her dad's from Montreal. Like if I had like FU money, like the big time money, I think I would fly them into Boston from Toronto, fly us private to Boston, and go to the game Thursday night. Like I think I would do that. Tommy is up next on the NBA. Tommy, thank you for calling and waiting. What's up, Tommy?
No problem. You were mentioning earlier that nobody calls in and cares about the NBA, but I call in. I care about the NBA, and it's going to be a sport that's still around in 10 years when the NFL is sued out of existence from the concussions.
Yeah, good luck with the NFL not being around in 10 years. Thank you, Tommy. 615-737-1025. Speaking of the NFL, it's time to do some spring cleaning as far as the Titans roster is concerned. And so we will get to the decisions that need to be made and need to be made now. And we'll do it next. Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios, and we are presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee. So, the Combine is in a couple of weeks. This is the one deadish period in the NFL's window. You'll see a lot of people taking vacation, maybe not here, but you'll see a lot of people taking vacation. A couple of years ago, I spent half this week in Mexico, the week after the Super Bowl. And boy, did I need it. That's my first trip to the Super Bowl, and I spent a week in Mexico, and I missed like one story. And then when I got back, the Predators tore it all down, and David Poile was retiring. So it was like, all right, back we go. Because the way the schedule now works with the NFL, because there's 17 games and everything's pushed back a week, there's really only like 1 week or 2 weeks off, and then it's the Combine. This is the opportunity where teams look at their own rosters and start to make their own decision. Because what the Combine is, yes, it's the underwear Olympics, but what the NFL Scouting Combine really is it's the NFL's convention. All the agents are there. All the general managers are there. All the coaches are there. All the assistant general managers are there. All the media is there. And it's Indianapolis, so there's about 6 restaurants worth going to. In fact, I remember Chase, Floyd, and I went into a sandwich spot one time just because we were like, hey, let's just get some burgers and head on to the route, whatever. And we ran into Bill O'Brien, and Floyd and Billy O had a long chat about all kinds of crap. Who knows? So that's how the Combine works. So if you want to work out a trade for Matthew Stafford, you maybe started it at the Senior Bowl, took it back, discussed it, kicked it around, and then you'll really hammer it in at the Combine. And then right after the Combine's over at the very beginning of March, there's about another week, and then free agency opens. So you've got to get all your work done. Because while technically it would be tampering, that's what happens at the Combine. These deals get worked out. So it's time to do a little spring cleaning when it comes to the Titans roster. What does the plan need to be going into the Combine when they'll figure out who is going to be a free agent and who's going to get franchised? For instance, this morning on ESPN, Dan Graziano threw out the idea that T. Higgins and Sam Darnold could be franchised. And I thought to myself, they're going to franchise T. Higgins again? Nah. Guess what? The Bengals franchise T. Higgins again. So now is the time to go over your own roster, figure out how much you have to work with, and what you need to do. So let's start here as far as our Titans roster spring cleaning is concerned. Number 1, goodbye Chidobe Awuzie. And again, Ian, whether it's Awuzie or Awuzie, I actually think it's Awuzie, but I'm not
think it is Awuzie.
Sure on that.
Yeah.
Shouldn't matter anymore.
Cheeto bag.
Goodbye. That would save $12 million in cash. So I want you to think about the money situation here. And again, forget about the cap. I don't care about the cap. You can do whatever you want to the cap. But again, money. Last year, according to Over the Cap, the Titans spent $257.9 million in cash. So let's round up to 256. Right now, on the books, according to Over the Cap, they have 179.4 on the books. Let's round that down to 179. 256 to spend, 179 currently committed. A difference of, and I feel like Drew Carey hosting The Price is right now, Bob Barker, if you're a little bit older, bing, a difference of $77 million. Now let's take $30 million aside for the draft class, because the first overall pick is going to sign a contract worth about $25 million, probably a little bit more. And then everybody else is going to sign for, $4 million in the second round. And then, so let's just $30 million aside. Now let's take $30 million for the quarterback, because if you're going to get Matthew Stafford, Derek Carr, Sam Darnold, Aaron Rodgers, you're at least at $30 million. So now you do that, you're only at $17 million to spend. So goodbye Chidobe Awuzie. That saves $12 million. Now I thought about keeping him and making him take a massive pay cut, but he's 38, he's 30 years old, he's played 8 games last year, and he's got a bunch of old man injuries. Calf and groin, and goodbye. So he's gone. So now we're at $29 million. Harold Landry has to take a pay cut. Like, I'm just going to say what it is. Harold's at $17.5 million this year, and I'd look to get Harold to take a $5 million pay cut in 2025, which would take him to $12.5 million, which would put him ahead as far as the AAV salary is concerned, would put him ahead of a bunch of okay NFL players, but beneath almost all of the impact guys. And no disrespect to Harold Landry, but he's just not an impact guy anymore. So if he wants to stay here, he has to do it for $12.5 million, not $17.5 million. And the other thing is, a couple of years ago, the Titans went to Kevin Byard, and they asked Kevin Byard to take a pay cut, and Kevin Byard said, no, thank you. And they were at a crossroads for pretty much the entire offseason. That would not be the case here. If I sat down with Harold Landry and I asked Harold to take a $5 million pay cut and Harold said no, Harold would be gone. So I'm at least saving $5 million. I might save $17.5 million, but I'm at least saving $5 million. Ian, I'm going to assume Harold takes the $5 million pay cut.
I hope so.
So let's just assume he takes it. So now we're at $34 million to spend, but we don't have to go get that edge rusher because you still have Harold Landry. If Landry does take the pay cut, then I am cutting Arden Key. So Arden Key is due $7 million. So I'm going to save $12 million one way or another. I'm either going to save it by cutting Harold Landry, or I'm going to save it by getting Landry to take a $5 million pay cut and getting rid of Arden Key $7 million. Now, I would much prefer to get rid of Key than Landry because I actually think that Landry is good, whereas I am not convinced that Arden Key, no matter how much Mike Vrabel told us he was when he was dominating Andre Dillard every day in practice, is not. So add $7 million to the kitty. So now I'm at $41 million, and I'm down Chidobe Awuzie. Harold Landry took a $5 million pay cut, and Arden Key is gone. So that's $41 million to spend in free agency. And again, forget it. Don't worry about the guaranteed money over the life of the contract. Don't worry about the total amount of the contract. Don't worry. You worry about the cash in year one. $41 million. You can survive with $41 million. I'd like a little bit more. Like, I'd like to be in the 55, 60 million range. But again, remember, I've set aside $30 million for the quarterback. So I've got $41 million to spend, really $71 million when you put the quarterback in there. Now set aside $20 million. You're like, wait a minute, what? You set aside $20 million? Because I am willing to give Nick Folk $4 million to stay on as the kicker, Dylan Radins $7 million to stay on as the right guard, Nick Westbrook-Akine $6 million to stay on at wide receiver, and Daniel Brunskill at $3 million to stay on as the backup center, utility offensive lineman. And the only reason I want to keep all of these guys is because if I let them walk out the door, now I have to find a replacement. So in the case of NWI, I might be paying a little too much, but I'm not paying that much too much. In the case of Radins, $7 million for a starting guard. Again, people want to give Trey Smith 20. It's a guard. 7's fine. And I'm not sure Radins can get that much more on the open market. Same with Brunskill. Same with Folk. So set aside $20 million. So now we're at $21 million. Now I'm going to get an extra $3 million, and I'm going to tell you how. Because I will, at the combine, find suitors for both Will Levis and Tajay Spears. I don't want either one on the team next year. Tony Pollard needs to be the number one running back, and he needs to have a guy who is basically a minimum salaried guy. And I want the 4 years of fifth-round player in exchange for Tajay Spears. With Will Levis, again, I'm done with Levis. I think they're done with Levis. You don't bench him in the Cincinnati game if you think there's a chance he's your franchise quarterback. This is not 1991. We saw it in the NFL. The Falcons gave Desmond Ridder a shot, then they moved on. The Steelers gave Kenny Pickett a shot, then they moved on. You gave Malik Willis kind of a shot, and then you moved on. That's just what you do. Young quarterback, give him a shot, doesn't work out, goodbye. Very few teams develop guys as backups. And if they do develop guys as backups, it's Brett Hundley developing behind Aaron Rodgers for all those years. So I'm going to add $3 million by getting rid of Levis and Spears. So now here are the needs. As far as the team is concerned, going to the combine. Quarterback, left tackle, because I believe J.C. Latham is probably really a right tackle. Wide receiver 2, a starting tight end. Chig and Wiley are fine as the backups, but a starting tight end. I need an edge rusher because I'm cutting Arden Key, an inside linebacker, a safety. Boy, I thought about cutting Hooker too. And a long snapper, and that'll be the veteran minimum of $1.2 million or whatever. But here's the good news. I actually think the Titans can get a lot of that in unrestricted free agency for the right price. The Washington Commanders last year spent $76.6 million in unrestricted free agency. And again, I'm looking at 54-ish million in unrestricted free agency. So it's not exactly the 76 million, but 54 million to spend. I mean, there you can fill a lot of holes. The same way Adam Peters and the Commanders did outside of drafting Jaden Daniels. So that's the spring cleaning. Goodbye, Chidobe Awuzie. Goodbye, Arden Key. Harold Landry, take a pay cut. And then I'd like to try to bring back Folk, Radens, NWI, and Brunskill. And then I'd trade Levis and Spears, and on you go to the combine. And now it's time to start talking draft and then figuring out free agency. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number on the program. That's 615-737-1025. One thing that's really hard to do at this point in the offseason, and it's hard to do because maybe even the teams themselves don't actually know this. We'll get to that next. Stillman and Company, 615-737-1025. Nashville's best deal of the week is from Bavarian Beer House, located at Opry Mills Mall. Enjoy traditional German beer, brats, giant pretzels, and more, and their expansive beer hall garden. Head to theGameNashville.com/deals now and get half off a $50 gift card while supplies last. And tune into 94.9 The Fan tonight for Vandy Baseball as the Commodores host Air Force. Pre-game at 4:15 and first pitch at 4:30. Coverage also available on the 94.9 The Fan app and at 94.9thefan.com.
tag window opens tomorrow. It's the first day teams can use franchise tag. They have a couple weeks to figure it out. Could be a light year for the franchise tag. T. Higgins with Cincinnati is a candidate for the second year in a row. It would cost them over $26 million to do it. Of course, they still got to get Jamar Chase signed. And what will the Vikings do with Sam Darnold? Will they let him leave for free agency? Would they consider tagging him for roughly $40 million to delay a decision or possibly help them get something for him in trade? Those are two big names to watch over the next couple of weeks in the franchise tag window.
There you go. That was Dan Graziano this morning talking about the franchise tag window opening. That's kind of the first step of business. And this reminds me of last offseason when T. Higgins was scheduled to become an unrestricted free agent, and Titan fans kept saying, because remember last year was, let Rand cook $100 million in cap space, Jared. You guys do remember that, right? Ian, you remember that one?
I think so. Yeah.
Thank you. By the way, did you hear Kaharski call you a yes man the other day?
You know what? I did hear that. Yeah.
Did you take offense to that?
Sometimes some of the most sound wisdom we've ever received from the GM was smile and nod. So sometimes I just go along with that.
Don't put that on me. You should fight back at Paul. You don't agree with me all the time.
No, not all the time. But, you know, after years of doing this show, I don't always have the, you know, energy to just constantly go back after all the stuff. It's just too much. You have to pick your battles.
So, in that regard, Ian does remember the let Rand cook era of last year and $100 million. And I remember because last year everyone kept saying, T. Higgins. And I kept saying, when it comes to T. Higgins, like, he's going to be tagged. So do you want to trade a second-round draft choice in order to acquire T. Higgins? And it was like, well, I don't want to do that. Do you want to trade a second-round draft choice and then give T. Higgins $125 million? Well, I don't want to do that. Well, that's what it's going to take. Well, I was shocked because I figured the cheap Bengals, after 1 year of tagging Higgins, they weren't going to tag him again. They're tagging him again. Boy, that'll go over well. So, again, one of the hard parts about trying to figure out what you need, and this is where, again, I think Rand Carthon failed as a general manager to understand what a general manager kind of has to be ready to do. One of the things where I think they failed was instead of just looking at your team and saying, okay, like, I've got this guy, you have to ask yourself, okay, how much better can I be? Like, I know that you thought that you had Nicholas Petit-Frere, a.k.a.
PT, at
right tackle. And there were a lot of people that were like, no, PT, we're good. And I'm like, oh, God, no. Meanwhile, the Jets swapped spots in the 4th round with the Ravens to acquire Morgan Moses to play right tackle. How much easier could the Titans' life have been if they had done that? But you don't know who's going to be available. And they don't know who's going to be available yet. Because I think even some of these teams haven't decided who they plan to keep and who they plan to get rid of. For instance, The Athletic had an article where they talked about cut candidates for each team, or as they will be referred to as salary cap cuts. By the way, Joe Rexroad wanted to cut somebody for salary cap purposes that saved the Titans exactly $0 against the fake cap. And by the way, $0 since it's all guaranteed money, but that's a different discussion. But in that same Athletic article, they mentioned Braden Smith, the right tackle of the Colts, as a cut candidate. Now, he's 28 years old. Granted, he was injured last year. But from what I know of Braden Smith, I'd sign him right then and there. But because he was cut and because there might be an injury there may not be as much of a demand for his services. But right now, again, I don't know if Braden Smith is going to be a free agent or not. I don't know if Joey Bosa is going to be a free agent or not. I don't know if Von Miller is going to be a free agent or not. And some of these guys are going to take pay cuts so that they don't become free agents. And I think Harold Landry's an example of that. In the last segment, when I talked about the spring cleaning that the roster needed, I talked about a $5 million pay cut for Landry from $17.5 million to $12.5 million. And the question that Harold Landry's agents have to ask themselves, and Harold Landry has to ask himself is there really anybody out there that's going to give you $13 million? There might be somebody out there that gives you $7 million, but is there anybody out there that's going to give you 13? And the answer is probably no. You want to know why Kevin Byard was snatched up before free agency technically even opened? Because the Eagles cut Kevin Byard, and he signed, if you get cut as a quote-unquote cap casualty, if you get cut as a cap casualty, you're a free agent right away. You can go sign with whomever. And Kevin Byard took a cheap-ish deal from the Bears. Like, just he went, signed, done. Justin Simmons, who got cut, waited and waited and waited and waited and waited for the right deal. But again, we didn't know Justin Simmons was going to be a free agent this time last year. We don't know who's going to get tagged. Again, when it comes to the quarterback position and it comes to Sam Darnold, Dan Graziano again this morning said he might get tagged. So it's hard for me to sit here and tell you today who the free agent targets need to be. All right, here's who they need to go get. Again, we don't know who's out there. We don't know yet. The Titans don't know. The teams don't know. So when it comes to free agency, it's still a little early before we can kind of get into the nitty-gritty of what they need to do and who they need to sign. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number, 615-737-1025. I have to say, I'm a little surprised by the Titan fan reaction to who I've already said, you're getting cut, you're taking pay cuts here. We'll get to that coming up next. And then there's one other thing that I just don't want the Titans to do anymore. I just don't want them to do it. They've been doing it too much. We'll get to that next. Stillman and Company, 1025 The Game. Christopher Mad Dog Russo is our guest here. What do we think about these two quarterbacks in the draft, Sanders and Ward? And are you worried about the Dion effect if you draft Shedeur Sanders?
We saw both of them play an awful lot. I don't think Ward's gonna be that good. Okay, I would be. I saw him at Washington State prior. I don't love Ward, so that would make me nervous. Quarterbacks get always, they move up in the draft because they're quarterbacks and they're so important. But the last thing you want to do, look at the Jets with Zach Wilson, look at the Bears with Trubisky. The last thing you want to do is overplay your hand at that position, because then you waste a pick, you waste a couple of years of your team's development, because you got to give the guy a couple of years to see if he's any good. And if he turns out to be a bust, you wasted a second or a first pick on him. I would be very careful on drafting either one of those two guys with one of those top 3, 4, 5 picks.
There you go. That was Mad Dog Russo on our show at the Super Bowl. And there's one thing the Titans have got to stop doing, because I'm afraid it's kind of the new in vogue thing to do in the NFL. But I'm not convinced that it's the smart thing to do in the NFL. If you remember, the Eagles' defensive line was nasty when they went to the Super Bowl in 2022. And I know they lost Javon Hargrave in free agency, and they signed somebody else. But they had a collection of older dudes, and they still were there. And they drafted the best available player, Jalen Carter, with the 8th overall pick in the draft. And I've talked about this with John Robinson. One of his biggest problems as a general manager was he drafted for need. Because sometimes you can't get everything in free agency, and so then you go into the draft, and we've got to get a whatever. And they did this last year when they had to pass on the best player available, Brock Bowers, whom other guys like Mark Dominic, former general manager, he was begging the Titans to take Brock Bowers. Said it was a slam dunk, Stockton to Malone. But they had to take a tackle because they weren't interested in the Jonah Williamses or the Morgan Moseses or the Jermaine Illuminors or anybody else. They weren't interested in those guys last year. And so they set themselves up where they thought they were going to re-sign to Nico Autry. They didn't. They ended up drafting T'Vondre Sweat. Don't do that this year. Again, stop going through your list of, unless it's a starting quarterback and you know you'll be taking a quarterback, like the Commanders did last year. They were never going to go with Mariota as the starter. But unless it's a starting quarterback, and unless you know you're taking a starting quarterback, go get everything in free agency. And I don't mean go get a franchise quarterback in free agency. I mean go get a quarterback in free agency who can start. Go get Daniel Jones. So then if you end up not drafting Cam Ward, then at least you have somebody that can get under center and go 52, 53, hut, and it's not Mason Rudolph. Go get a swing tackle who, if they get beaten out for the job, can move inside to guard or can be the third guy. Go get that. Your Dennis Kelly type. So again, you can draft whoever it is you want to draft. It'd be very easy to look up the list of needs and say, oh, they need to go get an edge rusher, so go draft Abdul Carter. What I want to do is to fill every position with an NFL starter through unrestricted free agency and be very proactive in doing it so that then I can be reactive to the draft. And what that means is reactive to the board. Hey, who's going to be the best player? Who's going to be the biggest impact player with this pick? Not, oh, I need a corner, so draft Travis Hunter. And that's not as big of a deal when you have the number 1 pick, but it is a big deal at 35. I want to draft whomever I want to draft with the 35th pick. Not whom I have to draft because, you have to go get a right tackle. I don't want to do that. Go get a right tackle in free agency. It doesn't have to be the best right tackle. Again, it can be Jermaine Illuminor. Go get that right tackle, stick him there, and then draft who you want at 35. And if who you want is not there, then trade down. If who you really want is probably going to go before, go up and get them. But don't force yourself to pick a person or pick a position because of what you didn't do in free agency. And I feel like that's kind of what Rand Carthon did last year. And kind of really the last 2 years. Although they did draft a running back when they had Derrick Henry. Phone lines driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Skylar says, Arden Key freaking sucks. I just think Arden Key doesn't do anything. What I am fascinated by, though, is, again, the roster moves that I would make before you get to the combine, and then you see who everybody else cuts, and the moves I would make are goodbye Chidobe Awuzie, goodbye Arden Key, $5 million pay cut for Harold Landry, and I would trade Levis and Spears. And with Levis and Spears, I'm not going to say I would take whatever I can get for them, but I would probably set my expectation price around a 5th-round pick. A 4th, 5th-round pick, day 3 picks, and I would take them. And the way that they do this is you trade Spears and get a 3rd, but you deal the Seattle 4th, and now you've added a top 100 pick, and that's the way you do it. I don't know who would want Spears, an injury-prone running back who's got a little burst but doesn't really do much, but that's what I would do. I would trade Spears, and I would trade Levis, and I would go sign a backup quarterback if I'm not going to draft a quarterback, and if I am going to draft a quarterback, sign a backup, and if I end up signing Sam Darnold, I'll sign a Mason Rudolph-ish, not Mason Rudolph because he sucks, but I'll sign a Mason Rudolph-ish quarterback like Brandon Allen to be the backup, and then I can go draft a younger guy later, Curtis Rourke on day 3. And stick him as the 3rd guy and tell everybody he's not going to play this year. But the only pushback I've gotten at all, I'm just reading the text line, the only pushback is one guy who said, oh, don't trade Spears. Other than that, everybody has basically been like, yeah, that's fine. And I'm a little surprised. Because in the past, every time I've talked about getting rid of a Titan player, it's always, oh, Jared, you can't get rid of Arden Key. He's too important. And now it's like, yeah, no, that's fine. Go ahead. Hey, don't worry about us. We're fine with those. We're not worried about Chidobe Awuzie. We're fine with that one. Let's go to Jared in Spring Hill, who's up next here on the program. He wants to weigh in as well. Stillman and Company. Jared, go ahead.
Hey, you're going to have to help me on the phrasing of my question, Stillman, but I'm all for you trade Spears or get rid of Spears or move him to receiver. I feel like that's where he's most impactful. And still very upset about the Bowers passing. By the way, I was that guy hammering in the chat. But let's just say that the Titans are sticking and picking at number 1 because we can only hypothesize so much. What would warrant more scrutiny, I guess, from you or from us or from the front office? Is if they take a quarterback and the ceiling is Jameis Winston, so down the line you're not going to resign him to an extension, or if you take Abdul Carter and he is Chase Young. Of those choices, which one would deserve more scrutiny 2 and 3 years down the line? If that question kind of makes sense, but do you kind of understand?
Are you asking me that if we sit there and we say, hey, Cam Ward reminds us of Jameis Winston coming out, and Abdul Carter reminds us of Chase Young coming out, and we know that both guys failed? Or are you telling me that if my evaluations say both guys will fail?
If our evaluation is right, because I don't think that either Abdul Carter, he's not standing off the page. I mean, his specs are okay, but it's not like he was like a dominant player the whole year. He had good plays, don't get me wrong. So did Chase Young. That's why I'm trying to compare him. But also, too, like Jameis was like, he got all the fame, all the highlights. Granted, these guys didn't win a national championship like Jameis did. But what I'm basically saying is like long road after year 1 or year 2, and those guys really aren't panning out, or they're just kind of starters, but just like run-of-the-mill guys. Which decision would warrant more scrutiny in that regard? Is that I'm spitballing here, but I'm just trying to think because I feel like that's what the Titans may try to do.
Sure. Jared, thanks for the call. So I would compare it to this, which is Trevor Sikkema is Pro Football Focus's lead draft analyst. He was on our show at the Super Bowl, and his comp for Shedeur Sanders is Teddy Bridgewater. And, look, Teddy coming out of college, like, He wasn't great at anything, but he was good at a lot, and he was a real leader. And, you talk to those people in Minnesota, and they went to the playoffs with Bridgewater before he got hurt. But, again, Bridgewater is his career, kind of a starter in New Orleans, kind of a starter in Carolina, kind of a starter in Denver, but also kind of a backup. So let's use Shedeur Sanders in your example, because I think I know what you mean, but I'm not totally sure. So let's, again, use the example here. If you know that Cam Ward profiles as a backup, then you cannot draft him with the number 1 pick. You just cannot do it. If you think Abdul Carter is going to bust, you cannot take him. Does that make any sense? Because I think that's the question you're asking is if you know that these guys aren't going to be high-level star players, then you can't take them.
Or what if you just had did people think Jameis was going to bust? Probably not. What if?
So this goes back to why I asked the question of, are you asking me, like, do they remind you of that guy as a prospect, or is that what you think their career is going to be? Because Chase Young as a prospect was, like, I think a step behind Myles Garrett, but that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he was an elite level prospect. Jameis Winston was an elite level prospect.
But neither of them really
a great college
panned
player.
out
He
to
had
their
great
expectations,
talent.
right?
Right. But that's inevitable. I'm like, that happens with everybody, where it's like, man, this guy was a great prospect and it just didn't seem to work out. Like, that happens all the time.
So if you're the
and a
Titans,
lot of times I think that the team screwed that up more than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
I guess my thing is, if you're sitting there and you're telling me, like, hey, I'll give you an example. Floyd told me at the 2018 Combine, he said, watching Josh Allen reminds me of Ryan Leaf. Now, he did almost no homework on Ryan Leaf. They had drafted Steve McNair in the first round. He was their starting quarterback. Like, they had, the number 9 pick in the draft. They didn't have the number 2 pick where Leaf was going to be gone by. So he didn't meet with Leaf. He didn't spend time evaluating Leaf. But of course, he's sitting there watching the workouts. And he said that Josh Allen's workout reminded him of Ryan Leaf. He said, one day you can see a throw that is just a freaking beauty, and the next thing goes right in the dirt. Well, what's the difference between Ryan Leaf and Josh Allen? It's what's up here and what's right here. But those things have to get evaluated differently. So if I'm a scout, or if I'm the Titans and I'm evaluating these guys, and I see what Jameis Winston was as a prospect in Cam Ward, I actually think that's a good thing. Jameis Winston was a good prospect. That's what I do. Because I don't think that you can look at yourself and say, well, this guy didn't work out because, Jameis is kind of a clown. And I know everybody loves him, but I think that may be kind of what's holding him back a little bit. But we have no idea, if that's Cam Ward or not, if that makes any sense. And if you think a guy is not going to be a great player, you can't draft him in the first round with the first pick. 615-737-1025. You can draft him in the first round with the 23rd pick, but you can't draft him with the first. 615-737-1025 is our phone number if you want to weigh in on the show. 615-737-1025. Stillman and Company. Let's give something away because, why not? 615-737-1025. Be caller 5 right now at 615-737-1025, and you will win a family 4-pack of tickets to the Athletes Unlimited professional basketball games at Nashville's Municipal Auditorium this Sunday. Tip off at 4:30. And a bunch of great stars, including Alicia Clark, Sydney Colson, Lexi Brown, Isabel Harrison, Asia Taylor, Jude Schimmel, and more.
What you think y'all need?
I'm gonna start on the defense side. I think we need another edge guy. That guy from Penn State, Abdul
He a
Carter.
dog.
He's a dog.
He a dog.
He's a dog. So I for sure think we need an edge.
Are you a defensive guy? You say you need
Yeah.
a DN?
I need
a
an outside
DN.
linebacker.
That's what we need.
Yeah.
I love that. Jeffrey Simmons on the Debo Samuel podcast. Jeffrey Simmons just throwing his teammates, Sahara Landry and Arden Key, under the bus. Oh, my God. Oh, by the way, the amount of people who got mad at me Friday for saying, like, what is Jeffrey Simmons doing going on a podcast, talking about what the Titans need to do? Boy, it got me so excited. So, somebody actually had a tweet that I believe Friday night, Ian, was Valentine's Day.
Yes.
Okay, so I was celebrating Valentine's Day on Friday. Put it at that. But was in a very, very good mood and state of mind on Friday night. And, you know, people will quote tweet the stuff afterwards or whatever. So somebody sent a text that I had a tweet that I had to screenshot and said to some people that said, a player on the team can't talk about the team, but Billy Bob Cornelius from Lebanon can. Wild times. Yes, because Billy Bob Cornelius' opinion doesn't matter. Jeffrey Simmons can't talk about the team the same way a record label executive can't say something bad about one of the artists. You know, if a record label executive comes out and says, you know, we need some better pop singers, how do you think the pop singers already on the label are going to feel? That's why they don't do it. And Simmons certainly, in my opinion, has not earned the kind of Joe Burrow, I'm going to tell everybody what to do around here mentality. One texter says, could Shedeur Sanders be Geno Smith? You know, I am having a hard time finding somebody in the draft sphere. I'm not going to say, you know, in the world, because TD very much does like Shedeur Sanders. And the teams, no matter what we hear, when somebody says, well, they actually think that they actually think that he's going to be a superstar, then they'll never tell you. Because imagine if you're the Raiders at 6, you think Shedeur is a superstar. You're going to do whatever it takes to get him. But if Tennessee knows you think he's the next Mahomes, they're going to be like, we want 9 number 1 picks. So they're not going to be able to do that. I've yet to find anybody in the draft sphere that just has pants off for Shedeur Sanders. And I'm not saying that that doesn't mean that there won't be a team that's out there that's pants off for Shedeur Sanders, but it makes me think if anyone's going to fall in the draft, it's going to be Shedeur Sanders. Gino says, I think the caller was asking a hypothetical question of what you would rant and raise your voice about more in the next 2 years, and the fan base would give the same feedback. 1, pick Cam Ward, and he's a terrible bust. Or 2, pick Abdul Carter, and he's a terrible bust. I would be more upset if they pick any of these quarterbacks, period, honestly. Here's the thing people have to understand about the draft. It's not exactly about busting as much as it is, can you make up for it? Floyd Reese, again, I don't think he busted on Cortland or on Pac-Man Jones because Pac-Man played like 15 years in the league. But Pac-Man played 2 years for the Titans and was suspended by the league. That's not good enough. But he also drafted Cortland Finnegan in the 7th round, who was an all-pro. And that's why after Pac-Man got sent packing, you made the playoffs in 07 and had the best defense in 08. The San Francisco 49ers busted on Trey Lance, 3 first-round draft choices. But they hit on their quarterback with the last pick of the draft. So I think it's more about that than it is the other side of yelling and screaming or whatever. But if you draft a terrible player with the first overall pick, it's very hard for me to envision that anybody who is associated with making it's going to have a job. That's just how the league works. 615-737-1025. Speaking of how the league works, Titan fans are very, very excited as far as the quarterback carousel is concerned, with one name that, one, I don't think is actually available, even when reading between the lines, and 2, I'm not sure is all that good. We'll get to it next. Somebody Company, 102.5 The Game. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios and presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee. Ian, can I brag on myself for a second?
If you must.
Okay, so I was on Sirius XM yesterday morning from 7 to 11. And Ian, you get the grid every day, so you know how much thought I put into all the segments and everything else and the grids. And, I asked Adam Vingan what time they were doing a topic last week, and Adam, texted me back and was like, I don't map it out like you do. In fact, I think Adam said, I don't send Ian 6 pages of notes every day the way that you do, in reference to me. So you see how much work I kind of put into each one of these 4-hour shows, right?
Sure.
Guess how much prep work I did for the series show I did yesterday?
30 minutes?
It wasn't that I rolled out of bed and did the show, but it was pretty darn close. And I would love to know if anybody could have listened to that and had been able to tell that again, it was basically, I watched the hockey game Saturday night, rolled out of bed, sat down, said, all right, let's go. Turned the mic on, talked about the hockey game for an hour and a half, had Brad Hopkins on the show. And then after that, talked about Jalen Hurts for 2 hours, and then talked about hockey for 30 minutes and called it a day. I mean, and it was great. We had calls the whole time and whatever. But I say that because when I was at the Super Bowl, I was talking to one of the producers at SiriusXM, and they said, well, you're not really one of these hosts, but there are some hosts out there that look at the producer and they say, what are we going to talk about now? I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, seriously. The host looks at the producer to say, tell me what to talk about now. And so they send these documents out where they have all the audio that they've got, and they've got all kinds of topic ideas. And again, no disrespect, I almost never look at somebody else's thing for topic ideas about, hey, here's what's a good topic about NBA. That's my job. But I say that because they do have an audio cut sheet. And I was reading the cut sheet yesterday. And I saw Kellen Moore cuts after he was named the head coach of the New Orleans Saints. And I saw kind of the discussion that had come about that Kellen Moore wasn't committed to Derek Carr. But I hadn't actually watched the Kellen Moore press conference because, again, I think it's crazy to think that Kellen Moore is going to just go into this with Spencer Rattler as their starting quarterback or Jackson Dart as their starting quarterback. So I have a hard time understanding that. But some Titan fans have this unbelievable infatuation with Derek Carr as the next quarterback. And Kellen Moore's press conference, according to them, is proof that they are not committed to Carr. So there were 2 specific cuts that they had on the cut sheet that this morning I had them send me. Because I'm like, let me hear these cuts before I say, oh, yeah, you can read between the lines and tell that Kellen Moore is not interested in keeping Derek Carr. Ian, let's play cut number 1. This is Kellen Moore on his opening press conference when asked about Derek Carr.
Derek's a tremendous quarterback in this league. I've had so much respect for him, the journey that he's been on. He's a starter in this league. He's a premier player in this league. He's had a great journey, obviously going from Fresno State to the Raiders and now here. Really excited to team up with him and go through this process. And so just like any player on this roster, I just got here a few days ago and I'm excited to go through this journey with all of them.
Okay. So you heard that and you think he's getting rid of Derek Carr? Like, I'm like, in all seriousness, like, that's what you heard from the Kellen. That's all that in the second cut we're about to play. That's all I've heard from the Kellen Moore press conference. But you're telling me that you guys heard that and you think the Saints are getting rid of Derek Carr. Ian, let's play cut number 2.
I view it as Derek Carr is a tremendous starting quarterback in this league. We're fortunate to have him, and we're excited to go through this process, as we build this roster together. Again, I'm meeting these guys for the first time the last few days. Really excited to meet more of them, and this will be a lot of fun.
I'm sorry. How did people hear that and think, oh, Derek Carr might be available? Derek is a tremendous quarterback in this league, and I am excited to go through this process with him. And we're very lucky to have him. And I'm so lucky that I just got here. I don't know him yet, but I'm looking forward to getting him. How do you take that as he's out on Derek Carr? So that's the first thing. Again, I haven't seen the whole press conference, but I did see those 2 audio cuts. And I said, let me hear these 2 audio cuts. And I heard them. And I'm like, this sounds like a guy who is committed to Derek Carr. So that's the first thing, which is last week people told me Kellen Moore was lukewarm on Derek Carr. And there's this weird, and the second thing is there is this weird faction of Titan fans that just get their weenies pointed up when it comes to Derek Carr. That it's like, oh, that's the quarterback we need. Can I ask what's so great about Derek Carr? Can I ask, what does Derek Carr have to offer that Sam Darnold, for instance, does not? To be frank, I think Derek Carr is Ryan Tannehill. Every single coach Derek Carr has ever had has been fired. Every single one. Including Dennis Allen, his last coach, who was also his first coach, who has been fired twice with Derek Carr as the quarterback. And unlike 28-year-old Sam Darnold, who can still be getting better and is in the prime of his career, Derek Carr will be 34 years old next year. Don't you remember when the Titans had a 34-year-old average quarterback and how all they wanted to do was move on, and that's all you wanted to do was move on? So, number one, I'm not sure Derek Carr will be available, because when I listen to those 2 Kellen Moore cuts that we just played, I'm like, this sounds like a guy who's talking about his starting quarterback. When Rand Carthon got the job, I asked specifically about Ryan Tannehill. He never said Ryan Tannehill was a great quarterback. He never said that they were lucky to have Ryan Tannehill. That was non-committal. I remember I asked Rand before the draft, I said, so what's, are you going to commit to Tannehill? And he said, Ryan and I have had a talk, and that will stay between Ryan and I. And then after they drafted Will Levis, Tannehill was asked about his conversation with Rand, and Tannehill was like, yeah, I mean, you can take it however you want to take it. But again, like I asked Vrabel about Tannehill, and Vrabel was like, well, he's hurt. So I don't even know. Because that's non-committal. He's a terrific quarterback. We're lucky to have him. Anything short of, I took the job because of him, is non-committal to you. So number one, I don't think Carr's going to be available. Number two, Carr's hurt. Like, he's hurt right now. He ended the year hurt, which is a problem when a guy has a contract with an injury guarantee. So he's 34 years old and hurt. And then finally, New Orleans doesn't have a quarterback if they get rid of Derek Carr. When it comes to Minnesota and Sam Darnold, and we talk about, well, what if they don't franchise tag him? And Graziano was on there today talking about, hey, they may franchise Sam Darnold. But if Minnesota doesn't tag Darnold, we know who their quarterback will be. They used the 10th overall pick in the draft on him last year. If New Orleans doesn't keep Derek Carr, who's going to be their quarterback? And you think Kellen Moore left the Eagles to take this Saints job to lose on purpose? They don't do that in the NFL. So again, to the Titan fans out there that just love Derek Carr, even though he's never won anything, every coach he's ever played for has been fired, he is currently injured, and it doesn't look like his team has any interest in moving off of him. Somebody explain to me where this Derek Carr infatuation is coming from. Somebody explain to me where this makes sense. Somebody explain to me why you'd rather trade for Derek Carr, who makes a bunch of money, and then have to trade something for him as well, as opposed to, I don't know, just going out and signing a 28-year-old Sam Darnold. I don't get this. And again, Mike Borgonzi took the job, talked about solidifying the quarterback position, not going out and getting Tannehill 2.0. And I'll be frank, if my choices right now were trading for Derek Carr or just going hat in hand to Tannehill and asking him to be the quarterback next year, I think I'd do that. But no, the Kellen Moore press conference did not give me a sense, and I don't know where these people are getting it, but we just played the cuts. I mean, it is not giving me a sense that they are interested in moving off of him. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. Add that to the list at 615-737-1025. And there is something that people say when it comes to the Titans quarterback position that I do want to get out in front of. And I say out in front of, like some of you have already said it, but it's not an option. We'll do it next. Stillman and Company, 1025 The Game.
I think it's an easy decision for me because I don't have time. Just given the current climate of the NFL and how we fire coaches every year, we fired 10 coaches in the first year in the last 10 years.
Yeah, Brian almost didn't make it out of this year.
So so if I'm that guy, do I really want to draft a young quarterback that I'm not quite sure about, okay, and roll for 24 months and lose a lot of games and go through the turmoil and the struggles and the adversity and maybe lose my job? Or am I going to bring in somebody who's already been through that, who's already been through the fires, and who's a little bit more refined, a little bit more prepared, a little bit more ready? So to me, it's either Sam Darnold or Daniel Jones. Out of the guys you gave me, that's my choices. Make a decision. It's one or the other. That's it. So I'm not going down. Mac Jones doesn't work for me. Justin Fields doesn't work for me. It ain't going to work for Brian Callahan or Bill either. It's between those two guys. There's your answer.
It ain't going to work for Brian Callahan, and it ain't going to work for Bill either. I love that. Rich Gannon on our show at the Super Bowl. I tell you, Ian, Rich getting worked up there a little bit.
Yeah, he was.
Now, I love Richie Rich. And Gannon, again, I love that. Can we play that cut again? Where the question I asked him was, because he's known Brian Callahan since Brian Callahan was in high school. Because Bill Callahan was the coach of the Raiders when Rich went to the Super Bowl as their quarterback and was league MVP. And so he's known Brian Callahan since he was high school. And my question to Rich was, if Brian Callahan came up to you and said, Rich, what should I do? What would your answer be?
I think it's an easy decision for me because I don't have time. Just given the current climate of the NFL and how we fire coaches every year, we fired 10 coaches in the first year in the last 10 years.
Yeah, Brian almost didn't make it out of this year.
So if I'm that guy, do I really want to draft a young quarterback that I'm not quite sure about, okay, and roll for 24 months and lose a lot of games and go through the turmoil and the struggles and the adversity and maybe lose my job? Or am I going to bring in somebody who's already been through that, who's already been through the fires, and who's a little bit more refined, a little bit more prepared, a little bit more ready? So to me, it's either Sam Darnold or Daniel Jones. Out of the guys you gave me, that's my choices. Make a decision. It's one or the other. That's it. So I'm not going down. Mac Jones doesn't work for me. Justin Fields doesn't work for me. It ain't going to work for Brian Callahan or Bill either. It's between those two guys. There's your answer.
There's your answer.
That's it.
It ain't going to work for Bill either. It's Darnold or Daniel Jones. Again, Titan fans out there are creating this scenario in their head where Derek Carr is available, which it doesn't sound like Derek Carr is going to be available. And not only is he not available, but, again, we talk about this all the time, but not only is he not available, but at the same time, what's so special about Derek Carr? He's going to be 34 years old. Somebody on Twitter said to me, he goes, well, the upside is that he's the same quarterback, but won't cost you $90+ million. Guess how much money Derek Carr is set to make this year, Ian? In cash money that he is set to make from the Saints.
40.
Okay. What about next year?
Cash?
Yep.
45.
50. What does that equal? 90. So it's like, well, Sam Darnold will cost $90 million if we're going to do this, but I'd rather have Derek Carr, who will cost $90 million. I just don't get it. There's also another thing that I have to address because it doesn't make any sense. And we've been getting text messages like this for about the last 3 weeks. So I'm just going to cut this off right now. There are some people that say whenever the idea is brought up of, again, let's use Rich's list, Darnold or Daniel Jones. Justin Fields doesn't do it for him. Mac Jones doesn't do it for him. And he ain't going to do it for Brian or Bill either. And some people say, well, I'd rather just run it back with Levis than give Sam Darnold a bunch of money, because if we give Sam Darnold a bunch of money, then that might set us back. Whereas if we go with Levis, we know he stinks. We'll have a high draft choice next year, and we'll be fine. We'll be picking number 2 in a better quarterback draft, and we won't. And let me tell you what's not going to work for Brian and's not going to work for Bill. That. Because I can guarantee you that if you run it back with Will Levis because you want to tank this year, because you want to get a high draft pick for next year, I guarantee you, Brian and Bill will not be around for that high draft choice in 2026. And I can guarantee you that the last thing Chad Brinker wants to do after being uplifted into this position of authority for whatever reason Amy Adams Strunk sees, God knows why. For right now, he's in. But as you've learned with Amy, right now you can be in. Tomorrow, you out. He knows better than to go tank the season with Will Levis as the quarterback. So when I keep hearing let's just run it back with Levis and get a high draft choice, that's not going to work. Because at the end of the day, while, again, it's not my money and it's not your money, but it is their money, and they could go spend on other positions if they don't spend on a quarterback. Will Levis ain't better than Aaron Rodgers. He ain't better than Sam Darnold. He ain't better than Daniel Jones. He ain't better than Mac Jones. He ain't better than any of these guys. So that is not an option. And I am cutting that off now because we've gotten a bunch of texts. I say a bunch. We've gotten a handful of texts over the last couple of weeks that have been like, I'd rather just run it back with Levis. That's not happening. Again, I'll be shocked, and I mean shocked, if Will Levis is on this football team next year. Because what they do in the NFL is when they give up on somebody, they move on. Atlanta believed in Desmond Ridder 2 years ago so much that they didn't draft a quarterback with the 7th pick. They didn't sign a real backup quarterback, and there were some bridgy backups that were out there. Sam Darnold was one of them. I actually begged Arthur Smith to sign Sam Darnold. And instead they signed Taylor Heineke. And it got Arthur Smith fired. When it comes to what you do next, you move on. They moved on from Ridder. Pittsburgh moved on from Kenny Pickett. When they decided Russell Wilson was going to be the quarterback, they moved on. And then the guy goes and becomes a backup somewhere else. That's what will happen to Levis here. He'll go to Tampa Bay next year and he'll back up Baker Mayfield for a 5th-round pick. But run it back with Levis. Give me a freaking break. They are not running it back with Levis. Again, just like Rich said, that ain't going to work for him, and it's not going to work for Brian, and it's not going to work for Bill either. I do love that. I love how he brings like Bill into the decision-making when it comes to the Titans, the offensive line coach. But again, it was a collaboration at one point or another. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number if you want to weigh in. By the way, one person texts in. Matt from Fairview says, the problem I have with these segments are where are you seeing all of these Titans fans want Derek Carr? Is it an A to Z sports graphic? No one really wants him, but if he's worth 15 to 20 million, I'll take him as a bridge quarterback. Well, number one, he's not worth 15 to 20 million. We just went over it. He's worth 90 million over the next 2 years. Number two, Derek Carr is currently hurt. And Derek Carr has an injury guarantee on his money for next year, which means that if he is still hurt, the money becomes guaranteed. You want to trade for that? So your option, that doesn't exist. But everybody keeps bringing him up like it's a real possibility. Corey Curtis on the show the other day brought it up like it was a real possibility. I mean, again, Ian, get me one of the Kellen Moore cuts on Derek Carr. Again, and I would say close your eyes, but I know a lot of you are probably driving right now, so don't close your eyes. But I want you just to hear this and think to yourself, like, does this sound like somebody that's getting ready to get rid of Derek Carr?
Derek's a tremendous quarterback in this league. I've had so much respect for him, the journey that he's been on. He's a starter in this league. He's a premier player in this league. He's had a great journey, obviously going from Fresno State to the Raiders and now here. Really excited to team up with him and go through this process. And so just like any player on this roster, I just got here a few days ago and I'm excited to go through this journey with all of them.
I mean, he's really, really excited to team up with Derek Carr, who we called a tremendous quarterback. But you think he's getting rid of him. Where do you people get this stuff from? 615-737-1025, more of your phones. Plus, apparently we're going to have to keep an eye on one of these potential quarterbacks that I actually thought was going to come available, who it sounds now like he may not. We'll get to that next. Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game.
tag window opens tomorrow. It's the first day teams can use franchise tag. They have a couple weeks to figure it out. Could be a light year for the franchise tag. T. Higgins with Cincinnati is a candidate for the second year in a row. It would cost them over $26 million to do it. Of course, they still got to get Jamar Chase signed. And what will the Vikings do with Sam Darnold? Will they let him leave for free agency? Would they consider tagging him for roughly $40 million to delay a decision or possibly help them get something for him in trade? Those are two big names to watch over the next couple of weeks in the franchise tag window.
There you go. That was Graziano this morning. And the Bengals, according to some reporter, the Bengals are going to franchise tag T. Higgins. And I cannot tell you how much joy I get over that. Because, like, I've been, first of all, I've always listened to kind of Boston radio, but I've been following the Vrabel Patriots. Somebody's going to be right. Either I'm going to be right or Vrabel's going to be right. We're going to see who's going to be right. But all the chatter surrounding the Vrabel Patriots has been the idea of, we're going to go sign T. Higgins. Even if we have to make him the highest paid receiver, we're going to do it. And the Bengals have tagged him again, which I am shocked by. More on the Bengals in just a bit. But the second one in there was the nugget from Graziano. Again, Minnesota, keep an eye with the franchise tag window opening that Minnesota could tag Sam Darnold. Now, if Minnesota tags Sam Darnold, what they would be saying to the league is, we're okay paying Sam Darnold $40 million this year if none of y'all want him. I don't know if they'll do that or not. I also don't know what they think of J.J. McCarthy. And I also don't know how far along in his recovery J.J. McCarthy is from the knee surgery he had. Albert Breer on our show at the Super Bowl said that Minnesota is very encouraged with where J.J. is in his recovery. But again, I don't know that. At the Super Bowl, it sounded like Minnesota was for sure going to let Sam Darnold walk. But here we are now, and Dan Graziano is saying, keep an eye on Minnesota. Number one, if Minnesota does tag Sam Darnold, we will have Paul Kaharski on the show that day. After on Friday, be like, what do you think now? People think he's not going to be tagged. We'll see. Number two, I still think I'd be willing to deal the 35th pick for Darnold. And that's after getting my hopes up, after talking to people at the Super Bowl with the idea that Darnold wasn't going to get tagged and that the Titans could just sign him as a free agent because, again, I don't care about the money. To me, Sam Darnold is the 15th best quarterback in the NFL. And at 28 years old, he should still be ascending. Now, is he going to ascend into the top 5? No. But could he ascend into the top 10, especially if you build a good team around him? Absolutely. So I'm fine with committing the next 3 years to the 15th best quarterback in the NFL and saying, let's build a team around him, see how far he can take us, while searching with a fine-tooth comb for my long-term 15 to 20-year option at quarterback, big picture. But man, I think the hard part with this is for Minnesota, every team that would be interested in Sam Darnold if he gets tagged would be really, really hard to work a deal out because there's not really a precedent in this era for the compensation. Now, you don't really want him, but he could be worth a comp pick in the future for you. So, and again, when it comes to comp pick type deals, they usually start the discussions usually around a third round pick. Well, you don't have a third round pick right now because you had to get L'Jarius Sneed for whatever that's worth. 615-737-1025. One texter says, Jared, I like your idea of maybe drafting Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter and then Will Howard, but not for the Titans. I like it for the Raiders, along with signing Marcus Mariota. So I am kind of keeping an eye on the Raiders when it comes to both Mariota and Will Howard. The reason why is they just gave Chip Kelly $6 million to be their offensive coordinator. And so I figure with Chip Kelly making $6 million being the offensive coordinator, he's going to have a heavy hand into deciding who the next quarterback's going to be. And it would just be natural at that point in time to put Chip Kelly and Mariota, whom he coached in college, and Chip Kelly and Will Howard, whom he coached in college, together to say, oh, that makes sense. Here's the problem. Number one, the Raiders are not going to be able to get Carter or Hunter with the 6th overall pick. They will both be gone by the time the Patriots pick at 4. Number two, when it comes to Mariota as your starting quarterback, pass. And again, I'm not sure Pete Carroll at 73 years old, who got the job from the Raiders, but it didn't seem like Pete had a lot of interest elsewhere. I'm not sure Pete would really feel like investing his career into Marcus Mariota at this point. Jeff says, unless offered a great deal for him, and let me just say this in the front, they won't be. Unless offered a great deal for him, why would the Titans release Will Levis when they could keep him on his rookie contract as a backup while still hoping for him to improve at a salary of only around $2 million? Is Mason Rudolph $1 million better than Levis with a $2.9 million salary? So I didn't say the Titans should release Will Levis. I said the Titans should look to get a 5th-round draft pick in exchange for Will Levis. And considering that Atlanta got something for Desmond Ridder and that the Steelers got something for Kenny Pickett, that, again, you even got something for Malik Willis, who wasn't even at one point a starting quarterback, there will be somebody who will give you something for Will Levis. Here's why keeping Will Levis doesn't make any sense to me. Number one, whoever the quarterback is next year, because it will be their first year with Brian Callahan as the coach, will probably need all the practice reps, especially if it's a young guy. Well, that means no practice reps for Levis. Number two, banking on Levis to be the backup means that if something happens to the starter, now Levis is back in at quarterback. If Levis goes back in at quarterback and you're Brian Callahan, you're fired. So that's not a very good idea. So what you have to do is you have to get a veteran to play the position who, if he has to play, you feel better about it than Will Levis. How many guys out there fit that bill? Mac Jones was 2-0 against Will Levis this year. Excuse me, I take that back. He was 1-0 in a game that cost Levis basically his job. He beat Mason Rudolph in the other game. But that's when all these guys, they're all better than Will Levis was. So where Will Levis needs to go and where he will go is somewhere where they've got an offensive coach who maybe liked him coming out, who's got a veteran quarterback, thus he can get him some practice reps, and on he goes. But he's not going to go to a team with it. Again, I look at Brandon Allen, who was the backup last year in San Francisco. Brandon Allen was the backup to Joe Burrow in Cincinnati. I think that's going to be your backup quarterback. Doesn't need any practice reps, knows the system, and I guarantee you that Brian Callahan rather die at the hands of Brandon Allen than at the hands with Will Levis. But again, people are looking at the money and they're saying, this is a good deal for a backup quarterback, and but it's not really what they do in the NFL. What they do in the NFL is you have a starting quarterback and then you have a backup. And it's very rarely is it a young guy that needs reps to be the backup behind a starter who's going to need reps. Texter says, Jared, I agree with you on a lot, but if I have to hear you talk about Sam Darnold coming here and being top 10, I'm going to throw up. Also, you have a built-in excuse if he sucks because you'll say they didn't do enough around him. Well, again, I'm not asking him to be an elite quarterback if he were to come to the Titans. But if he is as bad as Will Levis was last year, I won't have an excuse. My thing with Sam Darnold is that he is a legitimate starting quarterback in the NFL, which is a lot like Tannehill. And sometimes that makes everybody better. Now, trust me, the last couple of years of roster building, the Rand Carthon era, has been such a train wreck that even Ryan Tannehill had a 35 QBR in 2023 because they couldn't protect him. They've signed Andre Dillard. They drafted a guard who they never let play tackle. They fell in love with Aaron Brewer. PT got suspended. I mean, as we all know, it was a complete and total train wreck. And that's what contributed to Tannehill's 35 QBR. That absolutely could happen to Sam Darnold. But that would happen to any of these guys. That would happen to Rodgers. That would happen to Carr. That would happen to any of them behind this line if you don't get it fixed. It's their job to get it fixed. But every single guy available, including Mac Jones, gives you a better chance than Levis. Right now, I think Sam Darnold is the 15th best quarterback, 14th best quarterback in the NFL. I mean, he did make the first ballot of the Pro Bowl this year, which means that he was a top 3 quarterback in the entire NFC. Whatever that's worth. More of your phones at 615-737-1025. Plus, Joe Burrow. And I believe his frustration with the Bengals is leading to this. But Joe Burrow spells it out for everybody out there that seems to not understand the reality of the NFL. And our own Joe seems to not get it at all. We'll get to that next. Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game.
Here's Burrow with the guys that Pardon My Take on two issues. One, well, I don't know how far this goes. So if it doesn't go all the way, we'll supply it on the back end. This is, I know, about how he can restructure his contract to help create cap space for the Bengals. Here it is.
You could convert some of the money to a signing bonus, which will lower the cap hit. You can push some of the money to the back end of the contract. And then when you get to that lowers the cap hit. And then when you get to the back end of the contract, you can restructure it and convert it to a signing bonus. And then you can also just take less money. The Eagles are paying everybody.
Yeah.
So that seems like the way, whatever they're doing.
Whatever they're doing.
Whatever
they're doing, let's copy it.
I'll have what they're having. I want to say one thing. His explanation about how to reduce his cap number, and I'm not going to name names, but there are people who cover football for a living who acted like this was some revelation carved onto stone tablets that no one had ever considered before. Of course, that's how you deal with someone's cap number. Those are the options.
That was Florio. And again, you heard Burrow on Pardon My Take. And it seems like Joe Burrow's kind of getting fed up because Joe Burrow went to the Pro Bowl and was asked about Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and Trey Hendrickson. And he was like, I think we got the money to be able to keep everybody. And then he did the rounds at the Super Bowl and kind of reiterated the same point. Now he's sitting down with Pardon My Take saying, the Eagles seem to be able to do it. That seems to be the way. Joe Burrow's a smart guy. Ed Orgeron did a podcast with Colin Cowherd in which he said when Joe Burrow was being recruited, that he went up to Ed Orgeron and said, look, I don't want to do any of the recruiting stuff. I just want to eat crawfish and talk football. And as Ed Orgeron said in the Cowherd podcast, there were 5 of us in a room, and we started watching the film. And within 5 minutes, every single one of us knew that Joe Burrow was the smartest one in the room. Joe Burrow's smart. Joe Burrow knows the cap is fake. The headline, the Bengals, Joe Burrow. The Eagles are paying everybody. That seems like the way. According to the article, the quote you heard where Burrow said, quote, you could convert some of the money to a signing bonus, which will lower the cap hit. You can push some of the money to the back end of the contract. That lowers the cap hit. And then when you get to the back end of the contract, you can restructure it and convert it to a signing bonus. NFL.com's story about Burrow's comments writes, quote, those are all valid options. The question is whether Cincinnati, which isn't generally a can-kicking club, might take any of those avenues to appease its star quarterback. Joe Burrow knows the cap is fake. Joe Burrow knows that what Cincinnati is going to do is somebody is getting squeezed out. Whether it is Hendrickson, the NFL's leading sacker, Chase, who might be the best receiver in the league, and Higgins, who is probably the best number 2 in the league. And Burrow knows if we're going to win, we're going to need Higgins, we're going to need Chase, and we're going to need Hendrickson. And I think Joe Burrow is kind of tired of the nickel and diming that, again, everybody seems to recognize the Bengals' obsession with. The NFL needs more players that have Joe Burrow's power to speak up on how fugazi the salary cap is. Because, again, the Eagles seem to be able to figure it out. As of right now, according to overthecap.com, I have it pulled up right in front of me. The Philadelphia Eagles are expected, this is before free agency, before extensions, etc. The Philadelphia Eagles have an active cash spending next year of $269.9 million. Let's round up, that's $270. The Bengals have an active cash spending of $194 million. Now, it will jump to somewhere around $210 million when they put the franchise tag again on T. Higgins. But I think Joe Burrow's point is the Eagles can spend $300 million on their team. Why can't we? Why can't we? And again, they'll tell you, the cap. But as Joe Burrow points out, you can do whatever you want to the cap. You can take more money up front and it lowers the hit. You can move the money to a signing bonus. You can move it to the back end of the deal. And then when you get to the end of the deal, make it a signing bonus. I have the quote unquote cap in front of me for the Bengals. Joe Burrow has a cap number of $46 million. Jamar Chase, 21. Trey Hendrickson, 18.6. The Eagles' highest cap number for next year is Jalen Hurts at $21.8 million. That's without touching it. Jalen Hurts has a base salary of $1.17 million. He has a guaranteed salary of $42 million. A.J. Brown seems to always get contract extensions. He has a base salary of $1.17 million and a guaranteed salary of $29.7. You see what I'm saying? Joe Burrow knows. Hey, the Eagles are able to pay both of their left tackles a boatload of money. Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata. They're able to pay Saquon Barkley all that money. They're able to pay Jalen Hurts. They're able to pay AJ, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, their defense. Why can't we? And again, the Bengals are going to try to tell their fans because of the cap. But Burrow's already telling you, cap's not a problem for the Eagles. And that takes me to our own capologist, Joe Rexroth, the one who constantly pushes back. At the beginning, when I started saying the salary cap was fake, I got a lot of pushback from media heads here that were like, that's not true. Now, they all kind of know. Like, nobody sits there and says, well, they can't do that. They've only got $12 million in cap space, which is what, some people that have been covering the league for years do stuff like that all the time. And I don't understand why. Excuse me. And I don't understand why. So the Athletic ran a story, cap casualties for each team. Ian, did you see this one?
No, I did not.
Cap casualties for each team. And since Joe Rexroth technically covers the Titans, he was the writer that decided who the cap casualty for the Titans could be. And he picked wide receiver Treylon Burks. Quote, the designated replacement for A.J. Brown, the other side of one of the worst personnel moves in franchise history and one of the worst in recent NFL memory, needs a fresh start. And the Titans need to stop waiting for him to be a factor. The 2022 first-round pick has been banged up, playing in 27 of 51 possible games. He hasn't done much with his opportunities, 53 catches for 699 yards and 1 touchdown. His 2025 cap hit and the dead number if the Titans were to move on from him are the same, at $4.6 million. That's worth moving on and rebuilding the receiving core around Calvin Ridley. Except that, again, your capologist, the cap is real. Your teams make decisions based off the cap, even though apparently Philadelphia can sign everybody. He's saying the Titans should cut somebody who has $4.6 million in guaranteed money. So they're already going to pay him $4.6 even if they cut him. And if you believe in the cap, that'll be $4.6 million against the cap. You don't save any money with that kind of cut. You don't save any cash. And you don't save any cap. And that's the guy that argues that the cap is real. Whereas Joe Burrow is telling you it's fake. 615-737-1025. Stillman and Company, 125 the game. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, streaming on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios. And we are presented by the Southern Bank of Tennessee. So congratulations to the Boo-Hoo UC Soros crew, Adam, Willie, Derek, a couple of people on Twitter. Congratulations, because Kevin Lankinen got benched today after allowing 4 goals in the first period to Canada. Soros went back in there and did not allow another goal. Congratulations. So maybe Soros will get the start in the third place game against Sweden. Is there a third place game, Ian, or is it just the championship game on Thursday?
That's a good question. I don't know that, actually. I assumed there was a third place game, but I do not know for sure.
So we'll see. But UC Soros, if he does in fact get another start for Finland, will have a chance to win a game, which Kevin Lankinen did against the Swedes.
No, I don't think there's a third place game. It looks like that's it. It's just one more left. Canada, US, Thursday night, 7 p.m.
So no potential victory for Soros.
It appears not. Nope.
Darn. So UC Soros' terrible season at least had kind of a bright spot today, which was didn't get completely housed by Canada. Yay! With that, though, I think we all know the Predators are in some deep trouble. And even the Boo-Hoo Soros crew on the midday show says, hey, he's got to play better, while making the excuses about the defense being bad and the team being bad and Finland's defense was bad. And
yeah,
it's all
Soros
everybody
was,
else's fault.
Soros was pretty solid. I have my crack staff here from Money Puck. Lankinen versus Canada, 2.97 goals allowed above expected in 25 minutes of playing time. Soros versus the U.S., 1.09 goals allowed above expected in 60 minutes of playing time. So
yeah, what about Soros' last regular season game? How many goals above expected?
I don't have those numbers on me. I'm just
2.99 against Chicago. Bang, bang, bang.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying.
Over.
You got to use the numbers for both goalies here.
Uh-huh. So, again, Soros stinks. The question is his own backup better than him? His own backup, again, got a win in this tournament. Soros did not. But I digress. Because on Friday, Corey Curtis came on our program, and he had a whopper of a hot take. This was his Fireball hot take of the week. Here's what Corey Curtis News 2 said he thinks the Predators should do with UC Soros, given his struggles and the fact that starting next year, he'll have an 8-year contract at $7.74 million with a full no move. Here's Corey's suggestion.
And this doesn't mean that UC Soros can't be a good goalie again. He is not a good goalie right now. And when they get back from this Four Nations, they need to turn to Justus Annunen and make Juice the backup and spot start him until he gets his confidence back or whatever the heck is going on, because he's a sieve right now, and there's just no way around it.
That is a take. He would bench UC Soros. So I know a lot of people will say, well, what are you saying, Jared? You said that you would trade Soros. You would do whatever it takes, because this is what I did say last week. I would do almost whatever it takes in order to get another team to take Soros off of my hands so I could just move on, start fresh, go find another goalie. Doesn't matter how great they are, because goalie's not that important anyways, but I don't want to pay $8 million and I don't want to be handcuffed, and so move on. Even though they blew it when they had the young goalie last year before they had given him the contract, when there was probably a market for Soros' services, they blew that, but just admit it, just move on and go on. Corey's suggestion is to bench him. And so you're going to say that's not as wild as my take, which is get rid of him. But here's why I think this is crazy. This is crazy from the standpoint of, could you imagine Barry Trotz coming on the show next Tuesday? Barry won't be on the show tomorrow because of the Four Nations break, but he'll be on next Tuesday and explaining why UC Soros has been benched before his 8-year contract extension that they can't get out of comes into play. It'd be one thing to sit down and say, Barry, you just traded the goalie that this offseason you committed to. Why? Well, we thought we were in a different place at the summer than we feel like we're in now. We were able to get a future asset for him. We were able to send him to a team in which he, can win, and we screwed up. But if you bench UC Saros and spot start him, like Corey suggested, which is, if it's a Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, that's Eustace Annunen goes Tuesday, Thursday, Saros goes Saturday. If there's a back end of a back-to-back, a Friday, Saturday, a Saturday, Sunday, a Wednesday, Thursday, Saros gets the back end. You're giving him the games that Kevin Lankinen got last year to UC Saros. Now Barry has to come on the show and explain that they haven't lost faith in him while not playing him before his contract kicks in. Again, that's wild. But here's what really drives me crazy about the Saros thing. And this is what should drive them crazy. And I'm sure this is what drives you, the fans, crazy as well. There's really nothing that they're able to do at this point in the game about rectifying the situation with the goalie. There are three choices. That's it. Trade him before the deal kicks in. And that's the number one choice. And I say number one because, again, that's the most extreme. Trade him before the deal kicks in, which means you have to trade him before March 7th to somebody out there who's willing to take him, which means you probably have to give something in conjunction with them taking on that contract. Now, they'd never do that. And again, just because they'd never do it doesn't mean it's not the right thing to do. It just means that they won't do it. But they'll never do that, especially after they traded Yaroslav Askarov. Because again, the message it sends is we don't know what we're doing. So you can't trade him, right? Number two. The second option is what Corey is suggesting. Bench him before the deal kicks in. Again, I think there's no shot they do this. Well, we want him to hit the reset and get his confidence back, so we're going to play Eustace Annunen above him. Again, how's he going to look on the bench? He just signed. Whatever, I got to do the math right here, but whatever 7.74 times 8 is, they just signed him to a $62 million extension. And he's going to be sitting on the bench with a ball cap, just looking down every game. Now you look even dumber because he's just wasting time on the bench. And is he really going to get his confidence back by spot starting him and by Eustace Annunen getting in there ahead of him? I have a hard time believing that'll really bump up the confidence. And then there's their third choice in all of this, which is the choice they're going to take, which is the choice that they have backed themselves into a corner on, which is do nothing. Put their hands over their ears and just go la, 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 la every single time that Saros blows a game. They have had UC Saros as their starting goalie for 5 years. And at the end of this year, which will be the 5th year, there will be 0 playoff series wins. So 5 years, no playoff series wins. He's had a horrible season. His numbers are awful. And they're not really going to change anything. And they're just going to hope that it magically gets better. Now, look, firing the coach may make a difference, which I do think is probably on the table. But again, the options for the goalie who didn't win a playoff series under John Hines, didn't win a playoff series under Andrew Burnett, isn't going to make the playoffs this year, got benched by Finland's head coach. The options are trade him and look stupid, bench him and constantly answer questions, or just keep playing, putting your hands over your ears and saying la, 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 la. Again, do any of those options give you a lot of hope? And I also love, too, how Kevin Lankinen won his game the other day. And Pred's Twitter was like, it's not fair. because Sweden isn't as good as the USA. Look, I didn't watch the first period of the Four Nations game today. I'm sure Lankinen sucked. But at least I'll say he sucked. But again, with Saros, it's never his fault, eh? It's always everybody else's fault. It's never his fault. And the only choice they have now is to put their hands over there. The Vancouver series wasn't his fault. And this season's not his fault. And the game the other day for Finland, not his fault. And all they're doing is putting their hands over there. La, 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 la. We don't want to hear it. And I will say this. While, again, I don't necessarily agree with Corey's opinion to bench him, I'm not against it. I'm not against it because at least it's doing something. But the doing nothing, that's going to cost everybody their jobs because he's just not that good. And he's proven it over his career. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number on the program. 615-737-1025. Speaking of the Four Nations face-off, I am absolutely in love with this tournament, but there are a couple of things that I wish were a little different. We'll get to that, and then we'll get to your phones. Stillman and Company, 1025. Oh, and apparently Corey's mad about this topic, so we'll hit that too. 615-737-1025. It's Stillman and Company on 1025 The Game.
finally drop this puck, get the action going.
The Tkachuk brothers are on the ice, flanking Jack Eichel and John Cooper. Look out! They're going to drop the gloves right away. Matthew Tkachuk and Brandon Hagel right off the hop.
The tone's been set. Has it ever? We talk about a rivalry, Tampa Bay Lightning against the Florida Panthers. Energy at the start of the game. Here's how to get rid of it. It's definitely Tkachuk who's the first one to make contact and say, hey, let's go. So instead of the Canadians getting shot out of the cannon like they were in game one that they had, here's the start of your game. Just 2 ticks of the clock off, but plenty of action to go.
I love the Four Nations face-off. Even if the fighting, like, let's drop the gloves 3 times in the first 9 seconds of the game Saturday night, even if that necessarily wasn't for me, and I'm not knocking it. But, I was excited for the game. So I sat down like, all right, let's play some hockey. And instead, it was like, fight, fight, fight. I'm like, oh, great. But I do realize the casual audience loved that. And Saturday night's game, the building just looked electric. Ian, did you see what the get-in price is for Thursday night's game, USA-Canada, for the Four Nations face-off?
I have not seen that.
I saw somebody put it up there on, somebody that covers the league, maybe it was P or somebody, put up there that it's like $1,200 to sit in the 300 level at TD Garden on Thursday night for USA-Canada. Now, I don't know what the get-in price for the NBA All-Star game was, but I doubt it was $1,200. These are like Stanley Cup prices as far as again, what is in theory, technically an exhibition, but they're not treating it that way. Let me see if I can pull this up here on old StubHub for the Four Nations.
Yeah,
the ticket
nothing's
prices,
showing up on ESPN. Just going to the sometimes they'll have whatever. It doesn't have any ticket prices on the ESPN app.
Thursday on StubHub for 2 tickets. We can sit in the balcony together for $969 each. If we want to sit in the lower level, it'll cost us $1,800 to $2,000.
It's a pretty penny.
If we want to sit center ice, it'll cost us $3,000 for the game. So I love this Four Nations face-off. But there are 2 things that kind of sadden me a little, if I may. Number 1, there are no Predators on Team USA. Or Canada, for that matter. But, again, I root for Team USA. And that is probably a big picture issue, right? Like, McDavid's team wins, and he's on Team Canada. Matthew Tkachuk's team wins, and he's on Team USA. Granted, the Predators' best player, Roman Josi, is not eligible for the tournament because his team is not one of the Four Nations. Their second best player, Philip Forsberg, is on Team Sweden. Their goalie was Finland's goalie. But it's probably not a good sign that nobody from the Predators is good enough to be on Team USA or Team Canada. That, again, Steven Stamkos not good enough this year to be on Team Canada. I don't even know, Ian, off the top of my head, if the Predators have a single American player other than Cole Smith.
Yeah, Michael McCarron and Cole Smith are 2 Americans. Tommy Novak is an American player. I think Luke Evangelista is also American.
No, I think he's Canadian. Didn't he grow up in Toronto with Luke Shin?
Maybe.
He went to Luke Shin's camp or something as a kid, and they took again, I don't know.
You could be right.
But none of these guys could even sniff the ice for USA or Canada. And that's
Brady
depressing.
Shea, I think, is American.
Remember in Vancouver in 2010 in the gold medal game when it was Suter versus Weber?
Oh, yeah.
Your guys are the top defensemen on both teams. That means you're good. You have nobody. And here's the real depressing part for me that I guess has kind of hit me. Thursday night, I am freaking fired up Now, I don't know what the weather is going to be like as far as the snow. Apparently, they're telling us we're going to have a snowmageddon.
No, it's not going to be that bad.
Week.
But we'll have a couple of inches maybe Tuesday night, Wednesday morning.
They say it's going to be bad, but who knows? But that game Saturday night was so electric, and it was so exciting. And Thursday night's game, I mean, if anything tells you that Canada's ready for the rematch, isn't it the fact that they came out immediately and scored 4 goals off the jump? Like that they got this game out of the way. And now Finland did make it close there at the end, but they got this game out of the way and on their way to the finals. And that Thursday night's game for us here in Nashville, that's going to be the last exciting hockey game of the 2025 year. That there will not be an exciting something on the line hockey game for us until 2026. Because this Predator season that was supposed to be such a good season has been so bad. And then finally, the other thing that, again, depresses me is I think ESPN's coverage of this tournament has been atrocious. Now, I think that their actual, their broadcasters, whether it's Levy or Ray Ferraro or McDonough or PK or Messier, I think they've been good. For some reason, I've always believed ESPN could upgrade from Emily Kaplan as the ringside reporter. The problem is she knows hockey, and they probably don't want to put somebody in there that doesn't know hockey. Like when Jamie Erdahl was doing sidelines for the Bruins. They probably don't want that. But I think they could do a little bit better than Emily Kaplan. But other than that, it's great. Like, it's great as far as the game presentation. But this morning, I tuned in to ESPN's morning show, Get Up, to see how much hockey they talked. We were actually talking about this on Sirius yesterday morning when we were getting phone calls about how good the Four Nations face-off game was Saturday. And I was like, I wonder how much ESPN is going to talk about this. Like, will they have PK Subban on Get Up or First Take? Will they have Steve Levy? Will they have Messier? Will they have AJ Malesko or somebody on the panel? You know who their lead hockey analyst was this morning on their flagship morning show? Harry Douglas. Ian, do we have ESPN's morning show? This is 53 minutes into Get Up this morning, which is their flagship morning show. Greenberg's off. They spent time talking about Draymond Green's thoughts on the All-Star game. They talked about who is a threat to the Celtics in the East. They talked about all these things that nobody cares about. They did talk some football, which I'm fine with. But this was, for the first hour of their flagship morning show, the extent of their coverage of the Four Nations face-off.
All right, let's talk about winning. How about this matchup? USA, Canada. Ooh. The Four Nations. And look, USA could clinch a spot in the championship with a win. And look, as soon as we drop the puck in the first minute, we fighting. Matthew Tkachuk, Canada's Brandon Hagel. Tkachuk grabs it, takes him down. Oh, this is good stuff.
It's all about crime mob. Nuck if you buck.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Tkachuk brothers, baby.
Second later, how about Tkachuk's brother Brady? He gets in it with Sam Bennett.
Yeah, because his father told him if your older brother is fighting, if you don't hop in, when Matthew was fighting, the ref was holding him back like, no, don't you get in there. And look at the big brother. Yeah. That's my little brother. He was going to get beat up at home if he didn't get in this fight as well.
That's my boy Blue. And then watch this. Dylan Larkin right up the ice, sends it home. USA would track in an empty netter as well. They go on to win this one 3-1. By the way, 4.4 million people watched that game. And this tournament has been all of that thus far. And it shifts stateside here to Boston. Final round robin games today on TNT. You got Canada, Finland. They play at 1. U.S. takes on Sweden at 8. Now, the U.S. already clinched the spot in the championship match, which is Thursday, right here on ESPN. Undecided who they'll face.
I know Canada, who they want to face.
Yeah, you know that.
Canada.
If they win in regulation today, they'll clinch a spot in the finals as well. All right, coming up, Steph Curry claims the All-Star MVP, but his teammate Draymond Green rips the new format.
That is the extent of their hockey coverage this morning on ESPN. Again, Harry Douglas as their lead analyst. Just terrible. So I love the Four Nations face-off. I am pumped for Thursday night. Again, Jake Ottinger starts tonight in net for the Team USA, so it kind of feels like they're treating this like Week 17, where they've already clinched the division and there's nothing to play for, so they're just going to go out there and, just kind of put everybody out, hey, let's not get hurt, let's not whatever, and get ready for Thursday. 615-737-1025. I do have a thought on the American reaction to the other night, which we will get to. And on top of that as well, your phone. Stillman and Company, 1025 The Game.
Draw one by Bennett, but it won't matter. For the third time in Montreal, the U.S. wins a best-on-best game. That's 3 of the 5 that they've won against Team Canada. And the real truth is, Stewie, they were full marks for their performance.
They put on a defensive-style clinic, and a team that has the abundance of offensive prowess really played a John Tortorella-style hockey game and just smothered Canada through the neutral zone.
That was SiriusXM NHL Radio's call of the big win on Saturday night, and boy, did I enjoy it. And if you lived with a Canadian and you had half a Canadian child, you would have loved it too. But I got to say something. I was on Twitter Saturday night. I was on Twitter Sunday morning. I was on SiriusXM Radio, on Mad Dog Radio on Sunday morning. And America, I think we got a little too cocky. And I am never going to be one of these people that looks at casual fans. I'm a big believer in trying to get more people to like hockey so that we can talk about hockey more often, so that ESPN won't have to break its neck in order to have a discussion about a game that I think the country is going to be very into on Thursday night. So when casual fans sit down in their chairs and crack open their beers to root for the USA and they see 3 fights right away, and they're like, yeah, oh! Even though I'm not a big fan of the fighting at the beginning, I want to get on with the game, I'm fine with it. And I'm happy for all of us to be able to USA, USA, USA. But I felt like American Twitter got way too cocky Saturday night, Sunday morning. And that worries me because you're going to get Canada's best shot on Thursday night. And what did the Chicago Bulls in the 90s say? It ain't a thing without the ring. Remember, they won all those games, and the Warriors ended up winning more games, but that Warriors team didn't win the finals. It ain't no thing without that ring. And so I'm worried that we as a nation, and we've got our problems, but I'm worried that we as a nation have already gotten too cocky about the win on Saturday night. Canada, in my opinion, skater for skater, is better than the United States. Now, Ian, do we know anything about Cale Makar? Because
he
I
played
saw
today,
Makar,
right?
So Makar did play today, so he's
Yeah.
going to play on Thursday night.
It was just an illness. It's strictly sickness, so I don't think it's anything too super major.
So was it Thomas Harley?
Harley played for Makar the other day, yeah.
So he's out,
Most
whoever the hell
likely.
that is,
Yeah.
and Cale Makar's in. So, again, skater for skater, McKinnon, McDavid, Makar, Crosby, they're better than you.
I think their high-end talent is better than the U.S., but I might argue that their United States roster is more balanced overall.
Well, I don't think they really have like a real fourth line.
I mean, they have Sorelli and Brandon Hagel, and, you know, those guys are fine, but it's, you know, those are second-line players on their team.
Did you see they put Point on that line the other night? Because
Yeah, the
they wanted to go
all-Tampa
with
line.
all Tampa Bay line. Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense, but I mean, Hagel and Sorelli are not, you know, knock your socks off kind of guys.
Right. They're not Tanner Jeannot. And because of that, maybe you get a shot. But again, I think skater for skater, I'll take Canada. The advantage for the Americans is in net, where Connor Hellebuck completely outplayed Jordan Bennington. Now, I'm a Jordan Bennington fan, but the first goal he allowed was just a total softie. The first Gensel goal, I mean, that was a terrible. And if Canada loses this thing, that entire country is going to blame Jordan Bennington. But the thing about Jordan Bennington is he can be very streaky and very good in big moments. So I'm going to keep it real with you. I still think Canada has a better team. And when you don't have the better team and you win the first game, you are absolutely positively going to get the other team's best shot in game 2. And they're going to have Cale Makar. And again, I think all the social media talking that America, Barstool Sports, everybody else is doing, I believe that might be a problem. So I am worried about that. I'm excited for the game, but I am scared to death of a pissed off Canada on Thursday night because they're good. And again, I mean, did you see that goal McDavid had the other night? Like, this is ridiculous. Nobody can do that except for him. Phone line driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. A lot of you want to weigh in on the UC Saros stuff. One texter says, I think Corey Curtis meant that UC Saros should be put on the bench to give his body and mind some extra rest, given the fact that the Predators will not have a playoff run, and give him a chance to work with the goalie coaches trying to figure things out. The Predators right now are really just worried about the trade deadline and the draft. Well, yeah, they're not worried about winning and losing because they've already lost so much that there is no more winning or losing to worry about. I got it. But again, do you guys, and I'm serious when I ask this. I'm not saying this in like a, do you guys really think that UC Saros sitting on the bench and watching this team lose with Eustace Annan in the net and working with the goalie coach and quote unquote getting his mind right is going to have him ready to rock and roll for next season? And on top of that, again, my big issue with giving him the contract in the first place was this idea that when he is performing well, that he's good enough to win in the playoffs, because he's never shown us that he's good enough to win in the playoffs. That's what worries me. Dustin says, this deal that Trotz gave Saros sounded bad to me the day they did it. Agreed, Dustin. You need to take that up with Ian. He said signing all these old guys with little youth that looked definitely promising was another red flag. Trotz seems to be pushing us in a negative direction, not positive, but I am giving him 4 years to get back to winning. Well, I'm glad you're giving him 4 years to get back to winning, because I'm not giving him 4 years. Now, again, bad news travels fast when you say it on the radio, and it usually gets taken out of context. So I'm sure this will get back to him. That Jared Stillman said that he wants you fired, which is not true. But I'm not going through 4 years of this. I mean, the truth is that with Trotz, he's already said, like, I'm not firing the coach, and that hasn't worked out. Now, he hasn't said whether or not he'd fire the coach next year or at the end of the season. And from what I can gather, it seems like there is a belief that Andrew Burnett may not make it through, like, into next season. Who knows? The point being is they need to win next year. Like, they need to get to the playoffs next year. They need to be competitive, or else for me, I think we got to start scrapping it all and see what you can make of a terrible situation. If you have this season 2.0 next year, at that point, then I got to be out. And I think they know that. One texter says, you said on Friday that Team USA would get too cocky over UC Saros' terrible performance, and thus they'd lose Saturday night. You are right. I did say that. And I was kind of poo-pooing the discrepancy in goal between Jordan Bennington and Connor Hellebuck. And
goalie doesn't matter when you have a good team around him.
It shouldn't. In a best of 7 series, I'm not sure it would. Best of 7 series, who would you take, the U.S. or Canada?
I don't know.
Who are you taking Thursday night?
Who am I going to take Thursday night?
Yeah. Cartel has your family, and you have to guess right on the game Thursday night to save them.
I'll probably, I think part of me leans the high-end talent of Canada, but I don't know. I would lean Canada.
Series. Okay. Best of 7 series, U.S. or Canada?
I'll go U.S.
I think in both cases, Canada probably would win. But the point I guess I'm making is that I'm not sure. I really crapped on that in one game. And look, Jordan Bennington allowed 2 goals. But the first one he allowed that got the USA back in the game after the McDavid goal, like Connor Hellebuck, there's nothing he could have done. I mean, the Lord probably couldn't have stopped that McDavid shot. But that first goal, like, that was bad. Like, that was the first Jake Gensel goal. That was terrible. And Jordan Bennington was, again, not very good at the end today against Finland. And I think there will be a lot of talk over the next couple of days as to who the goalie will be. And it might be Aiden Hill, who won a cup, by the way, and so did Jordan Bennington. But it might be Aiden Hill in net for Canada. Wouldn't shock me. But that is your best advantage. But I guess I kind of poo-pooed that before the game because Vingan and Porth were both texting me about, yeah, but Hellebuck's a better goalie than Bennington. And I'm like, yeah, but, I'm banking on Matt Boldy here. And a guy, I don't even like Jake Gensel. And they've got McDavid, Crosby, McKinnon, etc. One texter says, is there any scenario where the Predators could trade Saros before his new contract kicks in? Well, I don't want to sound like Joe Rexrode, but is the word you're using could? Yes, they could. Will they? Absolutely not. 615-737-1025. I am proud of something that I did not do, something that I was not even tempted to do, something that a true sports radio host would almost never admit to, which we'll get to next. Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much more I can say than what Perk just said, but listen, I don't recall a situation where LeBron and Anthony Edwards, two players, and we didn't realize Edwards wasn't playing until the game started, and he certainly had a groin issue. There was two players that did not participate, and this wasn't like a week ago when they basically gave the league a heads up here, and as Perk said, they could have both easily been replaced, and that goes back to the format. So now you've got a format where now you've got two guys down. You only have 8 players per team. Now you're playing with what, 6 or 7? So that complicates a lot of things. So yeah, I agree with Perk with certainly with LeBron, not the playing part, but certainly how the process of it.
There you go. That was Bobby Marks, former NBA general manager. So this morning, when I tuned into ESPN, and again, all I wanted to see was how much hockey they were going to talk, considering they had the game. USA beat Canada. They have the game Thursday. USA is going to play Canada again. The answer was none. But they had a former GM on to tell us about how bad the All-Star game sucks and what they can do. Let me just say this. In this society where us in sports media are supposed to have watched everything, and we're never supposed to brag about not watching stuff because, again, these are our jobs. And while you all have commitments to make, watching the stuff should be our commitment. I did not watch a second of the NBA All-Star Saturday night, nor did I watch a second of the All-Star game. And apparently this Fakakta system that they wanted to put in there, whatever. All I watched was about 25 seconds, literally 20 seconds last night when I was sitting on the couch looking for something to watch. I'm a little streaming serviced out. And so I'm looking for something to watch and I'm trying to flip through and it's like the NBA on TNT All-Star pregame. I'm like, okay, let's click it. Click. And it was not Ernie, Shaq, Kenny, and Charles. And I said, see ya. And I didn't watch. So I'll take everybody's word for it that it was terrible. But see, here's the issue. Kevin Durant, I guess, is pushed back against everybody complaining about how bad the All-Star game is. And I heard him talking on TV about, maybe we can do what hockey did and we can make it a USA versus the world. And maybe we can. No. Here's the problem. The NHL figured it out. I don't think basketball can do it. The problem with the NBA is that the players do not care about the games. They certainly don't care about the All-Star game, where nobody plays any defense. But they don't even really care about the regular season games. Load management, my pinky toe hurts today. They don't ever play. I mean, the Dallas Mavericks just traded their star player away because they think he's too fat and lazy. And then some guys like Kawhi Leonard and, who's the other one in Philadelphia never plays? Embiid. They don't even care about the regular season or the postseason game. So they're can't play today. Well, if the players don't care, the fans aren't going to care. And you can't do USA versus the world and get people to care about that because, again, the players won't care. The only reason the players kind of care about the Olympics now is because in basketball, after we dominated in 92, 96, and 2000, they stopped caring. And they didn't go to Athens. And they got beat by Puerto Rico. And it was a national embarrassment. And the next time we went out there, it was Kobe and LeBron and Carmelo. And because then the Redeem team, they cared because they got embarrassed. We as a country got embarrassed. And they got blamed for it. So the key to all this is figuring out how to get the players to care. Pete Rose ran over Ray Fosse in an All-Star game. Why? Because they cared. People watch that. Michael Jordan cared about the All-Star game. People watched it. So I didn't watch a second of the NBA. I'm not upset about not watching it. Again, the NBA, they don't care. So if they don't care, why would I care? And don't give me the NBA is about to make $800 gazillion. All right, fine. Their popularity's never been lower. Also, Vandy basketball, we got to talk about them for a second. They got to stop crapping their pants in the second half. Because while it's been good to have thank God Jerry Stackhouse isn't the coach anymore season, they really might be pooping away their tournament chances. They crapped their pants in the second half at home against UT and Kentucky, but they were able to survive both times. They did it last week against Auburn, and they got crushed. And they did it the other day to UT, up 13 at the half. And I looked today at the Bubble Watch at ESPN. Vandy has a 49% chance of making the tournament. If they had found a way to not crap their pants in the second half against Tennessee, they're probably at 85% as far as making the tournament is concerned. So if you're just happy with being somewhat relevant and winning some big games, but still not making the tournament because they can't, whatever it is, show up in the second half, then, okay, you'll be happy with this year. But if you want Vandy to make the tournament, they got to figure out what's happening at halftime because it's not going over well. Also, Michaela Blakes for the women's team dropped another cold 50. She is a baller. The Commodore Hour follows us next. Stillman and Company. We'll see everybody tomorrow at 2.
Commodore Hour is on the air. Over the next hour, we'll discuss the latest around Vanderbilt athletics and hear from players, coaches, and administrators. Commodore Hour is sponsored by your Mid-South Ford dealers, where you'll find the Ford F-Series, America's best-selling truck for 47 years straight. Go Doors. And by Gupton Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Springfield. Commodore Hour starts now. Here are your hosts, Andrew Allegretta and Kevin Ingram.
Welcome to Commodore Hour. Great to have you with us. A Monday here in the Music City alongside Andrew Allegretta. I'm Kevin Ingram. Coming up on tonight's show, our basketball coaches, Mark Byington and Shea Ralph, will join us, and also junior left-hander J.D. Thompson off a really nice performance to get the season started for the Vanderbilt baseball team out in Arizona on Friday at Grand Canyon. A few notes: women's basketball at Auburn on Sunday. It was a game to remember. Down by 15 with 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Got it to overtime and won 98-88, outscoring the Tigers 14-4 in OT. Michaela Blakes was a story, breaking all her own records with 55 points. Her second 50-point game in about 3 weeks. She had 53 at Florida, and she had 19 in the fourth